An element of the future. Pushing me buttons. Push me buttons left, right, and centre. It's a kaleidoscope. Really need to not watch the boosh before starting in the mornings. Puts me in a weird mood. Hey, Katros. What, ho, friend? Come on in, come on in. How you doing? How you doing, friend? Gunnar Watto, good morning to you. How goes it? Lovely to see you again. I'm doing much better today. We are doing something very different from everybody else on the internet today, which makes me smile a little bit. I got coffee. I got some toast. I'm winning. I woke up at a reasonable hour. I say, well, reasonable for me. I got to sit in bed and watch the guinea pigs tottering around without the effort of actually going into the other room and watching guinea pigs. And Stebgen, I don't know what you heard about this whole streaming video games thing. Like, honestly, it's not gonna take off. How are you doing? Kisa, Coimble, Stebgen, Cat Exile, Dragonator, what ho, friends? Oh yeah, Kisa, Perun sleeping like a kid. Friends, may we all be as happy as a guinea pig sleeping in 3 times his own body weight in food. Like, his little face turning a pile of hay into like a little sleeping spot. So that if he wakes up at any point, he can just be like, oh, I'm just gonna eat some food because my food is in bed. And I'm back to sleep. That, friends, is the goal. Like, that is the pinnacle of living. Shackle, caffeine, what ho, friends? How goes it? How goes it? Hey! Imperios, you fucking ledge! I thought you were gonna be careening around Cyber New Donk City. Yeah, this is bloody convenient. Okay, so, Imperios, how was your morning, friend? And how are you doing? I feel like it's been like 1,000 years since we've like chatted and hung out, which is bizarre. Secretly Robin, Deus, Lady Lecter, good morning, hello, what oh and welcome. Biohazard, hello. Coming in, friends, coming in. See, Kisa, I'm not going to say that out loud because I don't want people to think I'm fishing, but you know that's the thing we've got to do. Like, that's the thing we've got to do here.
You know who you are.
And... Oh... Yeah, Katros, be the nugget you want to see in the world. Yeah. Now, obviously, as a better food, as human beings, we do need to take the constructability of our food types into consideration. Pasta, while delicious, isn't a long-term bedding solution. And what's it's? Tempting, but one roll and you're just crunchy Cheeto dust. So I'm not quite sure which food types I would strive to fall asleep in, but I think it needs some thinking through. Huh. Sorry. Gunner's like, I'm using the stream as an excuse not to learn for my exam. And I'm like, joke's on you.
Who wants to sing?
For there will be ambient learning happening in the background. You thought you wouldn't learn anything, but it is I! Edumacation! Nathaniel Watto Vanderbeest, head of house Order Watto, friend. Come on in, all, come on in. So, Imperio is saying he's going to be doing, playing Cyberpunk offline. I'm going to be doing the same. I don't know if I'm going to start it today or on the weekend or what have you. But I we had a chat about it as a group, and I'm not. I want to know how it handles a lot of its stuff before I show it to an audience. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to be in the middle of a gunfight and then have to be like, oh, cool, that's really uncomfortable and awkward, and I really don't want to have to handle this. All right. I was tempted to put up a little poster like the last couple of days, to kind of advising people maybe don't stream it until we're sure that the content in it is representative of a lot of its source material. But then I started spiraling and talking about Gundams, which is way more fun. So jumping back in, Catra says, I'm kind of bracing myself for the internet hive mind talking about Cyberpunk and Feck all else for the rest of the month. I mean, understandable. On the plus side, not the game, but the genre does have a lot of really interesting conversations. Because I've been binging on, like, Cyberpunk, Cyberfuture movies the last, like, 4 or 5 days, and looking at, like, old predictions that we had of what we thought 2020 was going to look like. And it's kind of fascinating. Although, friends, it's worth saying, today's game is called Unto the End. We are playing a 2D art house Viking indie game about a Viking warrior trying to get back to his family. What will he do to return home? So, while we can absolutely chat about as much or as little in terms of the cyberpunkian nonsense, we're gonna be a Viking!
Every drive is a midnight drive. Windows down to taste the rain. Feel the chill. Drink the air. Remind yourself that we will make it. The darkness isn't whole. It's full of holes. Every window light a local stain in the firmament. Dollars that whisper. They can try. They can try to stop this deluge. Like hot water through grounds. Just pour right through.
Okay. So, Gunnar, I know you were more referencing kind of historical activities of Vikings rather than anything specific, but that's not cool. That's not cool. Anyway. Kimball says, the music is making me sleepy. Is that a good thing, Kimball? Do I need to step up the beats? Because I'll do it. I'll bring some bangers. And Gunnar, thank you for understanding. Welcome to my parents' house.
They can try.
These jams might be too smooth.
Try to stop this deluge.
Okay,
Like hot water through.
it's been a bad day. Chill is good. Okay, I can do chill. But chill can have a little bit of oomph to it. Or we can just have some silly stuff. Both are valid. Decisions. Basically, the smoothest of smooth jams that we had on down there was from the Seattle baseball band, The Garages, who put out a chill album, which I was, having a look at, like, background stuff. Okay. Oh no! Secretly Robin, Mike Townsend is a credit to his team. He knows just what he's got to do. So yeah, oh actually, Salem, thank you for the reminder. So friends, if you cast your eyes down towards the doobly-doo, you'll see we have a little thing for Christmas Eve. What we're planning to do, and this is maybe not even a stream thing, but with a bunch of friendos, with a countdown timer in tow, we're going to start doing a Breath of the Wild playthrough simultaneously. So all of us hitting start at the same time on a clean, brand new game of Breath of the Wild, and just sharing screenies with each other in Discord and chatting about it. It's something that some friends of mine did last Christmas, and I was super jealous that I didn't get involved with, so I'm stealing it wholesale for this year. So if you do have Breath of the Wild and want an excuse to go back, that's something we're going to be doing on the 24th. I know I put a countdown timer somewhere, I just can't remember where the bloody hell I put it. Nom Nom, Nathaniel, peoples, let's take a breath, let's take a beat. I know we're going to be discussing Cyberpunk a lot, and the reason why, I don't necessarily mean that we on this show, but gaming sphere as a whole is going to be talking about it because it's such a ridiculously hyped title. Now, that's not a comment on the content or the title. It is literally just talking about the marketing, which has been turned up to 1,000. I personally am not a fan of that kind of like hype train marketing style because it never... I feel it generates as much bad feelings as it does eyeballs. But it does mean that any topic around that title is very charged. It's very... contentious is the wrong word. Because one of the things people were talking about in chat was the red and white flashing lights element. And it has been covered. As we understand, Day 1 patch is going to be addressing that, at least as we've been told. And at least now it's going to come with a feckin'... Yo! Why do I have to keep timing out people today? You wanna smack talk Mike Townsend, Robin? You can take that elsewhere. He knows exactly what he's got to do. Sorry, there was me leaping between different things. Captain Stephanie Barnes, what ho? Good morning. Oh. I did lose my train of thought there, so I apologise. I guess my TLDR one is don't let the charged banter lead you into the battle lines. Oh yeah, Kisa, I'm good. Okay. Selector, we gotta get you on the coffee train. Or at very least find you a source of caffeine that's easily acquirable and palatable. And Captain Steph?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Captain Steph Watto, head of House Valkyrie. Stepagen, you rapid-fire legend. Thank you. Thank you.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Stepagen, gifting out 10 subs off the bat like it's no big deal. Beck, thank you. Those went to Zuo, to the artist known as Gunner, because I'm not going to be able to pronounce that. To Jill Tigrilia? God. Lordy, lordy. Dragonator.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Dear Lord. Dezenixkab. Temeri. Mamma Me Boy. Rob Sav and the Kiss Army. Steppergen, that's fucking cool of you off the bat.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Like, no big fucking deal. Just giving out 10 subs to cool kids.
Clicking.
Oh, and taking the top spot on the little hunting boards. Not too shabby. Not too shabby.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, and actually, Gunnar, that's a really interesting thing I noticed, which has been making me smile a lot, is that if you use the auto thank you in Twitch, it uses your, or whatever you've set your native language to. So, Gunnar was saying thank you to Steppergen in Flemish, which I thought was fascinating. Well, I'm only taking Flemish from what you've put.
Stop that incessant clicking.
XO, you've got a village in Assassin's Creed? You've been playing Assassin's Creed since June? Feck.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Sorry, Steppergen, I didn't see that last one going through to Dad Viking. That's a good combo of peoples. Oh, and, like, Lecter and Captain Steph, like, I can drink coffee until, like, 8, 9 o'clock at night and still conk out. My inability to sleep is unfortunately not linked to my caffeine intake. Cat Exile Zekin, what is the video clip from the incessant clicking from? That is the end tier quote from Warcraft 2. Back before there was a world of, there was merely liches that one could click on repeatedly. Oh yeah, and the everyday I'm auto-resolving. That was a gift from CA. We had a t-shirt contest for Total War back in the day, and this was one of the ones that just cracked me up. Yeah, caffeine. Back in the days when Blizzard warred against Westwood for the RTS crown. And now Blizzard wars with itself for fastest selling PC game. Which the new World of Warcraft expansion was. Shifting well over 3 million units in a day. 3 million units of their new expansion in a day. Though it's worth saying that that measurement only works for air quotes box product. Like, I'd be interested to know how much revenue that was and how things like Genshin did in comparison. Because I believe Katros was saying that Genshin, they were dancing around Genshin today. Oh yeah, so it's 3.7 million unit sales, and it's November 23rd release. Thank you, Perios. Yeah, Shackle, that's sold, not shipped. And I often feel like publishers using shipped is kind of a shady word to say, like a shady way to say, no, it's people didn't hate our game, they liked our game. And units sold is like, that ain't even all of it. That even all the money we just made. Zuo, like, you know what House Carl's like. You can't bimble around. They will find you. The most adorable dog in the world is here with us. However, she has developed a new habit where she sits there and dead-eyes me and whines. I don't know why. Well, Gunnar, that's lovely of you to say, although I think I'd make a better, like, intermittent uncle. I'm definitely not parental type. I do not have parental type figure. I do not have that skill set. Okay. See? You said you wanted to be a bit more awake, friends? Well, here we go! Tell the coffee's kicking in. Ah. Oh. Dom's like, has dad bod, but no ability to parent. Lecter, I couldn't possibly comment. Keys is like, 100% cool uncle, cool toys? Oh yeah. Thing is, my little sister's had a kid, so I'm gonna get to be that bloke. Hey, I am rapid fire with the timeouts here today, and I will do it. It is not a cult. One should not stick one's fingers in one's tea. That is not a correct method of temperature gauging. You cretins! Oh, dear Lord, this is going to be a day, isn't it? Terrors, the feckin' lot of yous. Right! Okay, so we can chat about it later if needs be. I think we're all done to the back gills of hearing about cyberpunk stuff at the moment. And I am absolutely well, one thing I am potentially looking forward to tomorrow is if we get the go-ahead, is just absolutely snark running through the Game Awards tomorrow. Like, I don't often indulge the snark. I don't feel that it often adds to the gaming conversation. But you know what? I don't know how the Game Awards ends up becoming such a big part of the conversation. It's ridiculous. Born of Spike TV and the Doritos Pope. And yet somehow brought up into a pedestal on high. Like, so we shall see how tomorrow goes. Like, I'm kind of there with you. It starts late enough in the afternoon that we'll probably dance around on Rune 2 before and after. Gadros, we'll work up on the drama side of the bed today. I have a lot of energy this morning. I guess that's it. And I've had beef with the Game Awards for a while. We might indulge it as a group tomorrow. Control sold 2 million units, so good on them. So Remedy's not going to be hurting. Yeah, screw you, Jeff Keighley! Throws a bag of Doritos. River. Don't you big girl. No whinings. No whinings. What's wrong? Sorry, bear with me a second. Sorry about that, friends. Okay. So where were we? Move this track forward. Definitely gonna need more coffee today. Alright. So important stuff. We have ourselves some very arty stuff to tear into today. Vanderby said they've just seen the Pringles body guy. Yeah, was expecting a lot, got not a lot. Lord Lost, no, we did not find Soho. But yeah, Lord Lost, like the... So, Watch Dogs Legion yesterday was a lot of fun, and it did just degenerate into me and Fiona cackling and just ploughing into people across the not city of London, but still it's exactly like London and yet not of it, just messed me up sideways. Oh, sorry, Aperios was asking me if I'd heard of a game called Slasher's Keep. I had heard of Slasher's Keep. I haven't had a chance to have a hands-on with it, but the weapon tweaking and the art style definitely intrigued. I mean, I'm still messing around on...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Greetings. Just wanted to jump in to say I hope everyone is doing well. And thank you for that meltdown clip yesterday, Will. Need for Speed, No Soho had me cackling for a good while.
Okay, you know what? Need for Speed, No Soho is a way better title for that clip, and I wish I'd thought of that. God. Yeah, I am... Okay, firstly, thank you for 26 months. And yeah, secondly... It's not that... This isn't a criticism on Watch Dogs Legion, but it was just... It was so close to... It was so close to being a genuine layout, and yet not. That it was just doing me a damage. And it was that whole thing of, like, finding Covent Garden and then not being able to get to Soho from there just made me livid. I've done that walk hundreds and hundreds of times. Oh, Lex was saying they died at Champagne Supernova Wanker. I was telling Fiona, it's like, I couldn't remember the name of the Gallagher brothers. Which is why my swear just went off in this bizarre tangent. So yeah, compliment cap, thank you for popping in, yo. Alden says it's like finding someone move the furniture while you're out. No, it's like someone moved the rooms around. Like, everything looks fine without a seam, but it's like... Feck and yo. Oh, and, well, Katros, you do you, friend. Have... Bust out whatever video games and things you need, and if your mental capacities return once more, yo, we're gonna be here for hours. We're gonna be here for ages. But I hope you're okay, friend. Oh, well, Katros happens the best of his friend. So, yeah. Kick back, relax, we got this. Alright. Oh, so one of the other things that Kisa mentioned, but I probably should have mentioned again proper, is that as oh fucking hell, what are they called? Skybound? No. The company that acquired Telltale have slowly been relicensing Telltale's back catalogue to get them up on Steam. So the Wallace and Gromit Telltale game is going to be heading back to Steam. Yay, I guess. But the important one is we are going to be seeing Strong Bad's Cool Game for Attractive People returning to Steam as well. So that is definitely a cause for celebration. So it means we're getting El Shaddai, we're getting Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, and we're getting the Strong Bad game back all around the same time. And I'm very okay with this. I keep trying to think of old school... I'm trying to think of old school titles like that I desperately want to see return. Oh, okay. So Aperius is saying it's actually LCG Entertainment. It's not Skybound. Huh? Fucking interesting. Yeah, LCG is doing business as Telltale Games. Company was established after the original Telltale games filed for assignment in 2018 and were forced to shut down. Interesting. That is interesting. Because Skybound Games was formed by Skybound Entertainment. Basically, a company formed around The Walking Dead. And they've managed to acquire, I guess, all of the Walking Dead Telltale stuff. And a few others? God. It's still big sad face that Telltale weren't able to sustain. But it is interesting though, because I've been rewatching Keep Your Hands Off Etsuken, and hearing the licensing business model described by 3 high schoolers in such a succinct manner, that's the reason why I fucking love that show. Because after one successful commission project, you know, the animation club is inundated with requests for other works, which they all turn down flatly, because the amount of money you make on someone else's creation or someone else's IP is much, much less than you would do on your own, especially if that IP is very successful in its own right, yeah? And Telltale did nothing but other people's IPs. Like, Feck. Oh, Caffeine, I'm sorry you haven't... Sorry, Caffeine was just saying that, don't you love it when the plumber says, I'll be there sometime after 1. 1,000 years later. Oh, and Lecture, I'm sorry you're having trouble with the drawing stuff this morning. I'd say pour yourself a coffee, but I think we've got into that point. Gunnar says, imagine being able to make games and use that as a living. I mean, we've interviewed and chatted with and conversed with a lot of indie devs that make it work. And it's simultaneously easier and more complex to make a living in video games than it's ever been. At the moment, there's no magic bullet formula or surefire maneuver, but in the same breath, there's a lot more freedom of movement and freedom of communication for being a creator, so it's feckin' viable. You just gotta be smart and clever about it. Well, no. You could be realistic. I know lots of dumb people that have made a very, very successful living in video games. You gotta be fiscally honest. I often describe working in video games kind of like charting the seas, in that you can understand a lot of the mechanics and you can plan for a lot, but it's always changing. Sorry, who was me getting all arty-farty? What? We're talking smart about games? I mean, it is also one of those ones where it's easy to discuss a lot of the biz dev theory and logistics. It's kind of fun as well. The realities of, like, game creation are personal and complex and genuinely challenging. Sorry, jumping back in, Elastomamba says, game dev is definitely a big dream. Mostly Umurangi generation, I still can't pronounce it, has got me thinking about it, but like, where to start? Make game. Give yourself a very, very strict deadline to create a project and then release it on Steam. Whether you release it for $1 or you release it for free, like, start with the idea of creating something viable with the constraints you have. Obviously don't start on your game project. Game jams are a good place to start getting a feel for that. But it is what you deliver that matters. So, I mean, that's where I'd suggest. If you want to go a step prior to that, get Unreal Engine on the download, get Unity on the download, start having a play around with some Hello World-sized projects. And like, Elastiman, we've got so many peeps in the Longship from so many different disciplines. Like, you're not short of knowledge for banter. You know, we've got artists, programmers, producers, audio peeps. We've got some biz dev nonsense going on, eyeballs deep in CMs and content lot, but mainly because of myself and my company. Kai was saying it was good to see 2 game dev mental health charities, the Yogscast charity thing. That's way cool. And Lecter, congratulations on getting the proportions spot on with the sketching. Cat Exile says, I want to see if I can devote some time to a global game jam this coming month. I mean, Cat Exile, we have a few peeps that are... We have a few peeps in the Longship that are keen to do game jam stuff. At the moment, Secretly Robin's been working on some really cool stuff. One of the problems that usually happens is the Longship's not big enough for us to have our own internal jam. We don't have enough people. We do have enough people to put together a team. So if we want to do global game jam as a squad, we absolutely can. I mean, it's not going to be held in person this time. And now Jimothy Shitbones is no longer a part of it. Like, I don't feel too bad getting, like, recommending peeps or getting stuck in with it, so, yo. Oh, and Elastic Man, I'm real glad. Look, one of the things that I try to do is demystify and remove as many barriers to creation as possible. Like, you don't have to make games as your primary mode of income to be a creator. I mean, Feck, I wish I could summon up Zalavir, but I think he's working on stuff. Like, it is entirely okay to start making the kinds of projects that you want to. It's just getting enough experience early on to understand the time it takes and how best to deliver. Like, I'm going to pick on Zalavir a little bit here because I love his work. But Zalavir's done a bunch of different titles, like, over 2020. But his long-form project is an airport for aliens currently run by dogs. And the ways in which they've got around a lot of the art challenges and created something very, very interesting is frankly fascinating. Yeah, you're right. Zalavir is chaos incarnate. And Kisa, you're right. We do have a lot of programmers in the Longship. We've got a lot more artists than we... The artists tend to be less, look at me, than my dumb self. But yeah, Zalavir's been creating some fascinating projects, and each of these different projects have been funded in different ways. But the reason why I wanted to bring up an airport for aliens currently run by dogs is that it uses a lot of clever tricks to reduce the cost of development. So, like, there are like 100 dogs in that game. All of the dogs are a flat image that moves around in a 3D space and talks to you. And it doesn't detract the art style and the way it's put together. It's part of the charm of it. Learning little tricks like that of how you can create a lot of content whilst not killing yourself in the process is important. And that's why I was suggesting, like, small, fast, game jam sized projects, the kind of things that get you thinking quick and get you chatting.
Including internet sensation Dog River.
Indeed, including internet sensation and true star of our streams on the daily, River Song. Who is going to be the dog that consoles you if you miss your flight. Lady Legs was saying similar to Club. Yes, now there's a clever term for it, which I can't remember right now. For when you have a flat image in a 3D space that's always facing you. Kindle says having a tight brief can actually be useful for creative ideas. Yeah, a lot of early creators fall down not because they don't have the talent or the ability, but because they are presented with the infinite blank slate, and it just crushes. Some scope too big, others are paralyzed by the freedom of it. Oh, Caffeine, of course. I mean, there's Thor, he's working on Heartbound, has a lot of good advice for getting started in that space. Though, it is worth mentioning, like, Thor, like myself, is a 10-year plus veteran. So, there is a ton of knowledge, but don't feel that you have to do exactly like Thor does to start. Create first, improve. Like, the great thing about video games, and I know all the programmers are gonna hate me for saying this, but like, it's what the user experience is that matters, not how you put it together. So if you use a bunch of like copy pasta code and drop and drag assets and make something that's fun and you genuinely enjoy, then that is more or less valid than something that's made from a homebrew game engine from scratch, you know? God, you don't even have to make your own engines anymore. Remember when you had to do that? I still remember starting those how to make video game things, and they were like, okay, so we're going to be starting with C++, and we're going to teach you how to make your own game engine. And I'm just like... Sorry. Elastic Man, there was me going off on blip, 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 blip. If you have any specific questions, please do ask. Oh, and Kisa, you know what? Those are a lot of really good examples. Thomas Was Alone, Suits a Business RPG, Hidden Folks, Off. Jesus, Majiminy, Off. There is one where the creator just lent into their strengths and came out with an absolute banger. I think Off's still free, right? Yeah, sometimes I still get the feckin' battle music stuck in my head. Salt and pepper steak. That's the banger. Thank you, Kisa. Was it? Could you see on my face I was trying to remember the song? Kisa says I want it on Steam so people can enjoy it. God. I actually don't know why Off never got a commercial release. I guess no one asked. Salem says Spelunky is cheating because Derek Yu is brilliant, but it was made in Game Maker, and the foundational code is pretty straightforward. Yeah. Also, Derek Yu's put out a whole book on all the cool shit he did to make it do the thing. And Caffeine, no, you are entirely right. Like, as much as I don't want to have to play it, and thankfully don't have to play it unless I get verified, like, Raft is a great example of a small project with a tight focus that they then expanded on outwards. Yeah, sorry, Elastic Man, I feel like you came into, like, a pub and were like, hey, thinking about making a video game, and then 30 people were like, You might have noticed we're a bit passionate about this. Check me out, what, old friend? So taking a breath, taking a beat. One of the things that we advised for Steel Fox was working on that first project and actually get it released on Steam, because there's a lot of shite around creating a video game that doesn't get discussed or talked about, and putting a game out on Steam, like, it's $100 now that you get back if you make $100 in revenue, I believe, or is it $100 you get back if you make 1,000? I forget. But the experience of going through that is absolutely worth the price of admission. And because it's your first title and it's going to be a little small one, what you will learn from that whole thing is so valuable. Oh yeah, so yeah, Team Titus, it's $100 you make back if you make 1,000. Yes. They keep shifting it around. Shaka was saying Dust Elysium Tale is another example of a soloish project. Help brought in for the music with the rest by one person. Finished in time, but nearly killing a dev. Yeah. We probably shouldn't go to that Summer of Games 360 area as an example of healthy work practice, but they made it work. Also, and this wasn't necessarily something that Shackle was referencing, but you also, Elastic Man, you don't have to be alone on this kind of stuff. Like, you can absolutely, like, hire a musician, hire an artist. If you can create makeshift assets to get you where you want to go, then later on down the line, you can be like, hey, I need a model, or I need some 2D art, or I need some illustration stuff. Nevadas? Watto! So, that's where games like Suit, what's the full title of it? Kisa got it right. It was Suit a something RPG. Alright, well, it dropped out of my head. Well, that's where it's a really good example. Salen, Feck and see, we've got so much good stuff. Suit, a business RPG, thank you, Kisa. And Salen was mentioning Tom Francis, who is a great person, by the way, who made Gunpoint and Heat Signature. His developer blogs of going from nothing to creating games, very, very, very interesting. So Elastic Man says, I've been watching an internet mutual making a game with RPG Maker. It's been fun to watch. Yeah, see, do you know what I love about RPG Maker? At least the OG RPG Maker was that how you created and imported assets was so strict that it really focused not on doing things to the letter, but how you could creatively jank the engine to make fun stuff. Because I wanted to make like a River City Ransom RPG fighting game, but OG RPG Maker didn't have a system for sprites on screen, so I had to create a way of displaying the user. Oh, Pacha.
Oh, Pacha.
Just...
Oh, Pacha.
Are you just using me to heat you up?
Oh, raw.
Is it damp out there?
It's a little damp out there.
Well, now it's damp on my face. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Elastic Man was like, hey, I'm thinking about making a video game. And the Longship's just been like,
You
like,
can't just casually come and drop that in here.
right? If this conversation keeps on going any longer, Elastic Man's gonna have a fucking publishing deal and like a 10-person studio. All I did was say I was thinking about it. We're like, no, you're in the industry, no. Sagan says, on the other hand, if Viking Blonde is talking about putting together a beat-em-up RPG in the style of River City Ransom, I'm in. Yo, I haven't even looked at the newer versions of RPG Maker in a decade. Oh yeah, Kindball, Wilmot's Warehouse, sorting a simple texture pack into line art. Okay, Tal's like, well, put the poor person down. Okay. Yeah, God, the last project I was shipping around before 2020 kind of locked everything down was it was actually closer to Power Rangers the game than River City Ransom. But yeah, we had art in concept. I had a good pitch doc, but I think maybe that's why I'm leaping on this conversation so much. Because friends, in the previous years, alongside doing the show with all of you lot, I've done a lot of biz dev stuff behind the scenes, like getting games funding and trying to help out friendos and whatnot. But most of that I did in person, like shaky hands make friends. And now I am at home a lot, so that hasn't really happened. Oh, okay. So Elastic Man, the big three are Unity, Unreal, and Game Maker. Each of them have their own strengths and weaknesses. Unreal Engine games, if you're making something first or third person, is the quickest to get to prototype, but can take longer to polish and produce. Unity does everything under the sun, but there's a little bit more front-loaded learning. Game Maker is the quickest to bring up to speed. If you're building something in 2D, 3D requires a little bit more nuance in Game Maker. It's not impossible. Oh, Reflection's like, wait, we lining up investors? I got some contacts with interest. Well, I tell you what, Reflective, I've got some projects to sell to you. I'll let you know. Robin's like, yeah, but the engine I use has no downsides. Ah, yes, game devs on Twitter. You're using this engine? Nuh-uh. I use this engine and it's perfect in every way, shape, and form forever. The end. Yeah, Unity, Unreal, and Game Maker. Now, there's a lot of others out there. The other one that people were mentioning was RPG Maker. That is an engine that's been kicking around a long time that was designed purely for, like, classic JRPGs. Although the combat was closer to Phantasy Star rather than, like, the on-screen Final Fantasy. Though I'm sure they've changed that by now. Elastic Man's like, I'm supposed to be working, but this is much more interesting. Oh, hells yeah. Hi, I'm your best distraction. There was another... KXL says, last thing I poked around with was Game Boy Studio. It's interesting, but I wish there was actual coding in it. I need to look at GMS again. I thought with Game Boy Studio, you can go into the guts of it, right? So it's like... if you want, you can use it like a drop and drag, but you can... Oh, sorry, let me get you the link for that one, because I realize I'm talking about Game Boy Studio and I'm not referencing it. GB Studio, so this is a fun one. We actually did a day fecking around on this. This is a a game creation setup that allows you to make classic Game Boy games. And in theory, if you kept it within spec of the Game Boy cartridge, the output of this is an actual ROM, so you would be able to flash a cartridge. Now, the reason why I love little systems like that is that while it is absolutely worth sitting down and working with like Unreal, Unity, and things like that, because the upper scope of what you can do is sky's the limit. With these very, very tight focused, really limited engines, it does push you to think smarter, work smarter, not harder, you know what I mean? You're not grinding yourself into dust trying to produce high quality assets or work out how to make complicated features work in. You're trying to work out how I make thing interesting with just the limited tool set that I have. Rob said we should also mention Godot. I've not worked with Godot or experienced it, so I can't give any recommendations. If it's something you've worked with and would put in a recommendation for, I'm not against it. Geesa says, also before I take the dog out, Risk of Rain was made by 2 college guys, Game Maker Studio and MS Paint. You don't need to spend cash to make the good stuff. Abso-heckin-lutely. But the experience of creating is definitely the first start. Like, get some Hello Worlds under your belt. As Thor likes to say, you know, you've got to make your fart hotel before you make your Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh, and Gunnar, the D&D session on Saturday, which, if you hadn't seen, friends, we've got Memnol on Saturday, is a nice little twist on the usual. It is myself and all of you lot playing as one character, while Baron Sheep runs a campaign. So, reckon you. Yep, Kimball makes a very good point as well. You don't have to start an engine, you can paper prototype it. That's entirely fine. Okie dokie Lokis. Hey, Elastic Man, I'm entirely glad would be useful. If you're art-minded and art-led, like, put your strongest foot forward. Whichever your medium is, put the equivalent of some sketches down of some visual ideas. I mean, hell, I was telling people about this at Gig. Like, Eulogy for a Dead World is just text, huge, it's just like huge landscape concept pieces and a little bit of walking, and that's it. Like, you can create some incredible experiences. Oh dear. Ugh. Sorry, one of my go-to news outlet sites has got a full cyberpunk takeover at the moment. And that yellow is absolutely hellish on the eyes. Okie dokie Lokies. I mean, I want to say congratulations, Elastic Man, for getting us very fired up there. I know Kimball and Peeps were like, well, not feeling the sleepy banters and the chill. Reflective, stay strong, survive the webinar, or you can do this, I believe in you. Okie dokie. Oh, and Stooge, afternoon. Watto. Hello, hello. Talking about video game creation. So where in the bloody hell were we? Ow! Oh yeah, we were gonna go be arty Vikings. That was a thing we had planned today. I don't know, Bacon Avenger. This isn't arty-farty banter. This is the practical stuff. The actual, like, business of creating games is one of my favorite topics. It's just a fascinating subset of, like, the video gamey creation nonsense, and I'm all about that. Because God, how one goes about producing a title, actually getting it out into the world, the methodology behind securing funding, and how you plan for both success and failure. Like, I'm all about that. And I don't know why it's a subject that I'm so fascinated about. I think it might be because there's a large amount of games out there that I love that fell over not because the team was inept or because they didn't have the creative chops, but because they fecked up on the other side of creation. Sorry, I've been rewatching Keep Your Hands Off Etiquette. If you haven't seen it, it is an anime about 3 lasses in high school that want to make anime. Now, the theme of the show is very much the one part like the Ghibli style, like heart and inspiration of creation, but the other part is the actual straight up business of creating. Now, animation and video games are 2 very different disciplines, and they're 2 very different business models, but what is lovely is to see a show that looks at the heart and the spirit of creating art, but also says, yeah, but you gotta make money, otherwise you don't get to make it. Now, with video games...
Who wants to sing?
Oh, thank you for the host, Fiona. With them video games, it's not quite the same level. But thinking about the actual method behind creating something, what challenges you're going to face and how you're going to get there, I mean, that's heckin' important. Bayonot says, Art Vikings is a show I would have watched as a kid. That's probably metal as. Just like high-speed wood carving with dual axes. So Chrono, Watto. 40k Dark Tide gameplay will reveal tomorrow. As in, just in general, or is it part of the Game Awards nonsense? Red Scar. It's like Art Attack, with more fur and leather. Well, it's just the same amount of art, but with way more attack. Still holding out hope that Neil Buchanan is actually Banksy. So it's gonna be part of the Game Awards. Oh, good. Well, at least it's something video gaming to look forward to. There may be a Longship snark along with the Game Awards tomorrow, because otherwise I'm going to be playing something else and just grumbling. Well, and Red Snark, it's very few occasions where I let the snark flow free. And this may be one of them. This may be one of them. Call it the Grumble Along live stream. I might. It just... The Game Awards is what it is. It's a great big advert, and it's a process of making money. And... I don't know. I also understand that I spend a lot of time talking about the art of video games. I get a little inside my own head, my own bubble on this. You know, I want to see games that genuinely push the envelope. Games that are artistically important, celebrated. You know, I want to see... I want to see games as an art form acknowledged, experienced, and shared. Whereas I find things like... The Game Awards is an advanced advert to make a lot of money. And it only celebrates a handful of the more fiscally successful titles. So, yeah. I want to be a Viking. Grumble Along does suit very well. Sorry, friends. Forgive me for bringing all the grumble in. I am an idealist when it comes to video games, and sometimes that shines through. I can't help it. And don't get me wrong, I enjoy sugary, shooty gunbang as much as the next person. We're past the point now where the most interesting titles are the ones that are the most fiscally successful. And on the biz dev side of things, we get real obsessed with games sell well, so must be doing thing right. Whereas it's entirely possible that it hits upon a beat that... resonates. Yeah, that's yeah, caffeine. Indeed. Railgun charged and ready. Aaron was adding, I'd like it if the awards show, the awards would show me something new, something that I missed and would be interested to play. But maybe I'll just get that from my current source, a loud British person. Hey, I try my best. I mean, the great thing is that we are swimming in so many fascinating and interesting titles these days that even with as much as I keep up with stuff, things manage to skip past me. However, I do agree. I do agree. Pero says, does Hades being up for an award do much for you? I mean, it doesn't mean diddly squat getting it from the Game Awards. It is deserving of the praise it's going up. it is definitely more deserved than a lot of the more than a lot of the other like larger AAA products being put into the same space. Because the thing is, it evolves. Fuck my life. I need another coffee. It improves upon an existing genre which is well established, but articulates it in a way that is new, that folds into a story that it's telling, and the story and the art and the noise of it all come together to form something real special. Oh no, I wasn't fishing for a... I was gonna do it! So jumping back in, so Keith was saying there's a mode for people like me who are bad at games. Well, that's the fascinating thing, is it understands the genre which it is a part of. And because it understands it so well, it is able to tweak elements that bring it all... yeah. Like, Kisa, it's not even so simple as it just has a mode with lower difficulty. It truly understands what it's trying to tell and the experience it's putting forward, and allows to streamline that experience for users if needs be, and I'm just like, I mean, you know, I've sung the praises of Transistor so much. And to see that same team do so well with a genre which is very, very... what's the word? Jam-packed. Like, Hades is in the same space as The Binding of Isaac and Spelunky. And yet still has come out a champion. Like, Feck and Yol. Also, here's a very interesting thing. The team over at Supergiant put out a lot of information about how they run their studios. How they have an anti-crunch policy, which extends to some of the stuff we don't talk about. Now, crunch, for those of you who don't know, is the process of working excessive amounts of overtime to finish a game in the games industry. Now, this primarily refers to enforced overtime by management. So when the people running a studio go, shite, we gotta get this game out by this point. All right, congratulations, you're working late nights and weekends for the next 3 months. And the death marches or crunches are somewhat infamous. EA was kind of the first big one to get rumbled for it back when the EA Widows released their whole blog thing. It's fascinating. Now, one of the interesting things that Supergiant has talked about is not only do they not crunch, not only do they have an enforced holiday policy. Now, what enforced holiday means is that you must take a minimum of 20 days holiday a year. It's not that you have 20 days allocated, you have to take 20 days. And what this is to do is to stop people crunching themselves into oblivion. In a studio where things are going well, where you're working on a project that you love and you genuinely care about, you can crunch yourself into oblivion. Like, friends, CA never put me on the crunch clock for Rome 2. Oh, Bacha. Thank you, my love.
You're welcome. I got you.
Lizzie was like, coffee for Will from the wonderful fee. Like, yeah. Kimball says we do that too as well. Oh yeah, I mean, Kimball, if you're sticking with a studio or a publisher, I know they're doing good. Oh, and Gunnar, wafflemancy comes from a British term meaning to waffle on, where if someone talks sometimes without seeming point, they are waffling. And I waffle a lot, and that's where my magical art of wafflemancy came from. Are you going into the world? Oh my word. Okay, I don't want to name the person because I'm not going to put them on blast. But I just saw someone today being like, sure, I'm glad I'm going to the cinema all by myself. Like, feckin' where?
Pretty sure they're still closed.
That's what I thought.
They should be still closed. If they're open, it's illegal right now.
Anyway, I'm not going to put them on blast on the internet.
I know who you're talking about.
Dingus! Throw a shoe at him if I see him. Sorry. God, where was I? I was going off. Oh, yeah. So, friends, when I worked on Rome 2, at least for the community team, there wasn't anything really in the means of, like, enforced overtime. We did do some enforced overtime after launch, but that was, like, post-launch support. But the thing was, because I loved what I was doing, so I was doing the community stuff and creating videos and doing a whole bunch of other things. I worked so much overtime. Like, I was getting home at like 2, 3 in the morning and then back up again for 10. And I was responsible for a lot of my own burnout through that period. And what I really needed was for someone to kind of be like, look, stop. Oh, you're going too hard. And I mean, at the end of the year, CA sent me home for like 2.5 weeks. But that was mostly because of I had so much holiday accrued and they weren't gonna buy it off me. Kimball says, worst I ever got for me was a 90-hour week, 2 weeks in a row. Yup. And so what's really interesting is how Supergiant are actively seeking to stop people from working themselves into oblivion when they like it. See, Elastic Man, that's the thing that nobody tells you about game dev. They talk a lot about the horror stories, but they don't talk a lot about the great moments and the passion. Like, that wasn't from a place of enforced nonsense. And hell, the times when I was in QA and we did have to do crunch, like, it was careful, it was concise. God. I mean, obviously, Kimball, I've been out of a big studio now for so long that I do have a little bit of the old nostalgia glasses on. So I understand, but it's like, yeah. Oh, 10 win? What-ho? Congratulations on getting some new fancy PC gear. Should probably start playing a game sometime soon. I almost finished the tweet. Almost finished it. Though between you, me, and the goalpost, this is another studio where I just want to shake them and be like, you have a game that looks beautiful in motion. Why do you not have GIFs in your press kit? Why do you not have GIFs? Why do you hate fun? Bayonet's like, we're already playing a game. Psh. Kimball says, current studio rarely does OT at all. Oh, I'm so happy for you, yo. Airman says, it's good that Supergiant has that, but they do that in San Francisco, surrounded by hundreds of startups with the attitude to crunch before the startup implodes. Oh, God, yeah. It is hard to be the one standing out. Yeah, improbable. Ah. The sneaky shit that startups do. Oh, and Gunnar, very quickly, this is our Jarl of the Day. So, Kiss Army CTS has currently claimed the Jarldom, but they got it through Stepagen's rapid-fire sub-gifting. It's just a little riff on the Bit Boss. Yeah, I and him. I'm gonna do a track like gifts in the press kit to the tune of Bombs Over Baghdad. So Kandarian says, how did Watch Dogs go yesterday? Had to go early, and the only clip I've seen so far is where the feck is Soho. Did you see Champagne Supernova Wanker? Also, the tweet is cooked. Mine's like Champagne Super what now? Yeah, Will had a couple of London-flavored breakdowns yesterday. Yeah, it was a lot of fun yesterday. We're going to try and do the same to Fiona with DC and see what happens. Because I've already got bloody... Oh, Tom Clancy's Dingus 2, whatever it's called. Kimball's like, but Oasis were from Manchester. Oh no. I see, Kimball, you are correct. Oasis isn't from London. But the kind of people that desperately love them are from London. Like the kind of bugger that's got an acoustic guitar and insists on playing Wonderwall at every house party, regardless of the mood. Champagne Supernova Bowl Cart. And in my defense, he started it. I was just in Camden, minding my own business. Oh, I wouldn't let you put wanker. Ah. I did call him bowl cart. It was also so funny because afterwards, Fiona started saying kettle instead of kettle. That made me smile a lot. Lord Lost and Fountains, I think we need the Covent Gardens breakdown. Oh, yeah. I mean, friends, if you find any of this nonsense feckin' brilliant, share it around. Like, share it with some people's... I don't know if there are any websites that still do, like, the clip of the week nonsense like Achievement Hunter used to do. Share it around. If one of these ends up going everywhere, then we all feckin' win, so jobs are good. I'll try and be entertaining worthy enough. Oh, Lecter's saying you also dropped so many more T's than you normally do. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, and Gunnar, I hadn't played Watch Dogs Legion before, and I had planned on playing it like a tour of London. Like, I was going to show you and tell you stories, and it didn't turn out into that. It turned into, like, GTA London chaos mode. And I'm alright with that. Kimball's like, I can share it with the Watch Dogs dev team. I mean, I can tell you, Kimball, I did not have a bad time. I genuinely enjoyed playing it. And I loved so much about how you built your little crew and your team and experienced that game. But it's like, I spent so much time in, like... because I worked on Carnaby Street for, like, 3 years. So, like... Soho, Covent Garden, Chinatown, all of that was like my little backyard. We used to drink there a lot. And so the map is so accurate to London, but also wrong, that it was doing me a damage. You know, like those pictures you see of someone, it's like a photorealistic face, but it's got like one extra eye, and your brain starts having like a little bit of a meltdown. It was like that, but London. Favor 6, no. No. Oh. I mean, it was feckin' glorious, no doubt. No heckin' doubt. We should probably get onto this bloody game. We can keep talking about all of this. The game we've got is like a minimalist Viking title with a gorgeous art style. So it's the perfect kind of thing for like a day of wafflemancy. Plus, I was in a real bad way, like, last couple days. So yesterday was perfect. It was just the glorious silliness and... Yeah. Also, thank you to, like, obviously Fiona, but, like, Sadlin and Tal and Lecter and everybody that has been talking to me during downtime. Like, I am not a person in bad straits, but, God, I got the brain spiders bad over the weekend, and it just carried through. But I will say, as soon as I get here and chatting with you lot, I'm as happy as Larry. And Larry's a pretty happy bloke. Bayonet says, it's on Game Pass, so I'm using this stream to determine if I should give it a whirl. It's on the Game Pass already. Oh. Man, Game Pass just keeps making me nervous. Is that weird? Sorry, I know we talked about it a lot yesterday, and I don't feel like it needs going over again. Game Pass is a great deal for consumers, and I'm so worried about what it's going to do to indie titles. And Kisa, thank you. Alright. Tweet deployed. Game name. Unto the end. Updated. Game mode. Ready. Funky fresh tunes. Paused. I think we are ready to bloody do this. I tell you what, Gunnar, let's get into the opening, and I'll show you my... I don't mind showing off my tattoos. My goal is to kind of cover this arm in stuff that's... things that have come from the Longship or about the Longship. I've got my whole back. I've got tattoos on my legs. Oh, wow. Yeah, this game's just going straight into it. All right, I'm okay with this. Bayonet says, someone's had a rough few days myself. Same back at you. It's really a big calming effect. Well, yo, I'm glad I can help. And the thing is, I do feel genuinely guilty when the brain spiders start coming and knocking, because like 2020's been let's be honest, it's been a shitfest for all of us. Varying levels and in different ways, but like, no one's danced through 2020 being like, yeah, this year smacks. Remember when we thought 2016 was bad? Anyway, I have been able to make it through this year thanks to all of you lot. And you lot yoke bits and have reduced me to tears on many occasions and sent Gandams and made it so we've been able to keep ourselves and the Nuggies and everybody together, and that's been glorious. I feel guilty when the brain spiders get me, because considering the state of the world, I couldn't ask for anything more, you know? Ghost Reaper says, ends to the unto. What wise taste you have. Stu's like, at least it's ending on a quasi-high note.
Stop that incessant clicking.
The House Carl contests continue. Sometimes you hunt the unsubbed. Sometimes you just release a flurry of arrows into the sky. Let gravity do the work.
Incessant clicking.
Ghost Reaper, thank you kindly. Ghost Reaper just did 5 subs to the crowd. Tag in Michael! A crafty bastard. Pixie Druid. Theoretical.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And not a cult, because it's not a cult.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Sensual education, what ho, friend? Oh, of course not a cult got the bloody Yaldum. Gravel. What I will add, friends, is that
Stop that incessant clicking.
don't be a fucking dingus like Will. If you're having a hard time, even if it doesn't seem logical, even if it's not, you know, a bad time in the grand scheme of things, a bad time compared to others. Like, we've got the human maintenance channel. Oh, tall. If you if you need help, ask for it, even if the things weighing on you aren't seemingly world-ending. Don't be a dingus like me. I am not an example that others should learn from. Glorious little terrors. Oh, Tarly got a new shield. That suits you right good, that does. That suits you right good.
Not a cult? Well, it's certainly not a Fruit of the Month Culture Club.
Bacon Avenger, where are you going with that? Sorry, here's me being a terrible host. Tal, you terror. Thank you kindly. Same J-Post and Bacon Avenger. There's some spooky ghosts inbound. Thank you all. Alright? And I didn't mean to... I was not fishing. I just wanted to tell you all thank you. I wanted to tell you all thank you. Right.
Six out of 5 is a mathematical nightmare.
Yeah, and the real hunter, that is a real good point. I don't know if the list from Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, at least from the website of it, is still up to date. But... no, I haven't found Soho yet. But Shackle got the Yaldum, so that's fine. Just quickly, as the real hunter brought it up, like, one should look at mental health in the same way that one looks at physical health. It is something that needs checking in on every now and then, and sometimes needs additional assistance or tune-ups. The website for Hellblade used to have one of the best resources for... Oh.
6 out of 6 is just -1.
Stop using math on me! I'm trying to say a nice thing. Oh, sorry, and I know I'm not the chattiest of catty when you send me messages, but you know, like, you're always welcome to. Like, I feel guilty I'm not better at keeping up on DMs. Yeah, Aldous, the real Soho was the friends we met along the way. Or, what if it was just some, like, weird-ass, like, fever dream? Like, I just went on, like, a mushroom trip for 3 years. Soho doesn't actually exist. Carnaby Street's a myth. I just tripped balls for a few years and thought I was working at a film company. Margaret, did someone say shrooms? Which are legal in the state of Oregon. Will mentions for no specific reason. Okay, also, Marsha Rea, like, did you just sense through the internet that you would need it? Anyway, yeah, there are a lot of resources out there, friends, if you feel like you need to talk to peoples. You've got us, and if it feels like it's more than that, there are resources available that aren't gonna break the bank. So you better look after yourselves, because you're stuck with me now. Friends, I'm like that feckin' pigeon. Like, you're kept feeding me. I'm like the foxes round the back of the bins. You all kept leaving stuff out, now you're stuck with me. Like, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Oh. So yeah, all of you, thank you. A little tiny train to start the day is not a terrible way. Yeah, Kisa, like, my fuck self for getting on those 4 a.m. leftover chicken nugs. I'll drink to that, Alnus. I'll drink to that. Kisa's, sorry, Shaxo, wait. Are the bits like little treats to leave out for the fox friends? I mean, it turns into literal food, so in a manner of speaking, yes. That is one of the things that sucks about the physicalities of the universe. I can't just give you a hug, Kindball. But Feck and y'all. So friends, thank you all for throwing on that one. Got a little teeny tiny train to start the day. We're just fucking cool. And I do like how level 1 is the adventure, is the warrior. That keeps cracking me up. Lecter on the aggressive, support each other and be lovely. And Tal saying, you want to know something weird? I've come to accept it being called Daddy Tal. It's really odd watching Lecter stream with that moniker though. I will always call you the Tal Father because it seems very very Pratchett-esque. Oh yeah, and Tim Fox is napping, but doing well. Tim Fox basically has to wrangle most of the buggers behind. Anyway, should we get this started, dear friends?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Okay, that's real cool. I don't know who these little uns are, but they've come and given us a spear and some stuff. And a spooky anonymous ghost just gifted a tier 2 sub to the crowd that went to Brat Sampson. Jesus, Alnus! No! Sorry, Alnus said, remember friends, it's Tal Father. We need you to ban someone, and not Daddy Tal. Someone's been naughty. Oh, and Gunnar, do not worry. I am of the old weebs. I bought Ghost in the Shell and Akira on VHS from Manga Entertainment. I guess this is like our tiny Viking family here. Bayonort, no, that is much worse. That is much worse. Yeah, I am a genuine old taku. Does I do play the controller? Alnus is like, well, it's been nice being here. Okay, onto the end is different. Set aside any expectations or assumptions. Combat is deliberate. You can lose your sword, run out of supplies, and bleed to death. Reading, reaching, and staying calm are vital. Calm? I'm not okay with this. It's the opposite of what I'm good at.
You're reminded that language is much more than just the meaning of individual words. Technically, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned, and I'm sorry, Daddy, I've been very naughty. Word meaning for word meaning are identical,
but very, very different. And Ray, I am not responsible for the moniker of Daddy Tal. I have been going with Tal Father to make it okay. I don't know if that makes it worse. Kindball says, so I tweeted my Oopie friends with the Soho video. Oh. Or just, so long as they know I really liked the game. Kisa says the game a bit loud for everybody. I can bring it down a little bit. That's down on medium, let me know. Come on. Things I already love about this game. No on-screen prompts, and it's been entirely non-dialogue. I'm very okay with this. Oh, just as a quick disclaimer, friends, I got to play an early combat demo version of this at GDC last year. It's my dinner! Ah, shit. Ladies and gentlemen, the Steve origin stories. Alright. Oh, mine says there was also a demo on one of the Steam Game Festivals. Interesting. Plunge saying this has a very out-of-this-world vibe. It does, but this uses more of kind of like the papercraft animation style than the, like, rotoscoped.
Who wants to sing?
Wheeler Dealer, thank you kindly for the host. Now, okay, Wheeler Dealer, level with me. Did you come on in because I mentioned the term old taku, meaning one who purchased VHS anime back in the day? Alright, so we ain't getting through that yet. Oh, Wheeler Dealer's like, yeah, I got the text message. Alright, open gear. Supplies. A lock of hair, a gift from your wife. Wild and dark. It smells faintly of rosemary. Some sticks, some bones, a bit of leather. Can eat some herbs. I'm sure that's not going to be weird. Cannot brew. Got a bone dagger. God. J-Bo says, if you know what an Nth generation fan sub was, you are oldest otaku. Oh, I have to make another one. Cool. Alright, there we go. Loot bodies, pick up supplies, interact with objects and creatures. Alright. Got one of them free torches kicking around. So Ironimp says, silly question, is there anything like that Griefhelm game that kind of looked like a watercoloured Nidhogg Souls? The name's not ringing a bell, but that's a lot of blood. I'll probably recognise it. Oh, my fucking wet! Fucking spike trap bullshit. That hurt. Sorry, Wheeler Dealer was like, get in there! Where's that otaku? Well, I'm just looking forward to all of the anime getting blended together. Numbers like, how do you know you got hurt? There's no health bar. It's a spike trap of pain!
Calling the ending now. We're going to get deep down and find a massive stone statue who's going to complain how long he's overslept.
Feckin' probably. There we go. Got some leather from that. That hurt? You should be dead, says Plunge. Our character is very sturdy. Can we climb down? No, we cannot. Thank you, video games! So, cute little things. If we fall down, we actually end up picking up... we drop both our sword if it's drawn and our stuff. I know.Inem says, I don't think the local blockbuster should have had that film in the kids section, but in the 90s I don't think anyone else watched it. I mean, not too unfair. There were a lot of anime that ended up in the kids section in like blockbusters and places like that, just by sheer lack of knowledge. Numbers is like, well, it's also freezing, so they're probably numb and can't feel pain. Checkmate, Will. Shit. Numbers, you've done me. But wait, what's this? Oh, we lit the bonfire. Improve armor. So heal wounds. Wounds mended. Improve armor. Need more supplies. Make a tonic. Need more supplies. Sparring practice. Oh, cool. We can just have like a little family flashback. Duck. Shoulder check. Hoppa-cha! Oh, we're gonna have some fun today. Throw a dagger. Pick up dagger. Okay, block high. These blocks are either attack. Alright, so I've actually got to read movements. Ha-ha! Hoppa-cha! Countering. And the end position... Okay. When you fake your opponent flinches high, attack low. Wait! I'll be like, hop chop. Block chain. Some opponents will check. Oh, my feckin' life. I wonder if I got ass kicked in this demo. Off balance. Block opponent change, not the opponent's off balance. Ow! My feeties! Training complete. Those are basics. Stain and spar. Return to the fire. Ow! My feeties! Don't he fight my feeties?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
2 hours to go, baby.
Get to the boat. How are you doing, friend? We finally got the teacup up on the shelf, so thank you again for sending through a feckin' lovely gift. It is now on display for the house to see. I didn't want to put it back here in case it got like bumped or knocked. And Stammering's like, "Hey, stream, I've come here to escape the current cyberpunk takeover. Joke's on you!" This is actually one of the early opening sections of Cyberpunk, just not a lot of people know that. Only true gamers understand that this is actually part of Cyberpunk. Yup, 2 shoulders, shit's complete. Jagger's like, parents put the anime stuff in the children's section out of ignorance. The staff put the anime in the children's section out of mischievousness. But I'd never considered that, Shackle. As someone who is a constant, I'm gonna say avatar of mischief. I'd never considered. Yeah, you're correct. Like, Keanu Reeves is doing a great job as that specific bench right there. Aparius is like, Cyberpunk doesn't have 1 million viewers on Twitch anymore, dead game. I mean, it's still a single-player experience. An open-world game, certainly, but it's still a single-run experience, like. It will not be a force of the zeitgeist. Although, as I was saying earlier in the show, like, I'm going to have a go on it later on today, or tomorrow, or what have you. Because it's something that is going to be discussed for a long time. And I know we're all sick to the back teeth of hearing about it. I think that it's going to be around for a while because just the sheer amount of the gaming conversation it's taken up. I kind of feel bad for a lot of indie games like this, who moved their launch dates initially to avoid Cyberpunk, and then had to go toe-to-toe. Because this game came out today. Is that me? Set down herbs as an offering. Alright. Good. Old key. Alright, that gets us out of here. Yeah, and Plunge is saying, like, the hype is astronomical. It is. Like, we don't get many of these big titles very often, and it's interesting to see how they dominate the conversation. What's been interesting about this one is that the kinds of projects that have similar weight to them are usually sports titles or your Rockstar GTA. And GTA is now so large, it doesn't even really bother dancing around in the gaming space anymore. Not that it doesn't talk to gaming, but GTA 6, when they announce it, they do not need to tell a single member of the gaming press. They can just put out the trailer. Mainstream media and everyone will grab it wholesale. And Cyberpunk's marketing campaign has been so strong both in and outside of gaming that it's surreal. Oh, and Get to the Boat says, if anyone's sick of the Cyberpunk nonsense, how about discuss Attack on Titan Season 4? I am probably going to wait until more of it is out and then just watch through it in all. Because I tried reading through ahead on the manga. Great Blue Huron, hello, Watto, well met. I've read through on the manga, and I am reminded that the source material isn't one of the highest quality stories, but the concept is very, very interesting. And when you put that whole story in motion, it takes on much more of a life. A lot of people I know who were reading it kind of fell off. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in its entirety. Oh, Cat Exile. We'll see you later, friend. We're going to go be arty Vikings. Okay. Just making sure I didn't end up in a pile of monsters. Yeah, now, I will agree with you, gets the boat. The point when, you know, Eren Yeager turns out to have been Keanu Reeves the whole time wasn't something that I personally expected. But I can see why they went in the direction they went, you know what I mean? Also, this game is very, very interesting in that it's on us to see where to scavenge. It's not giving us... Oh, shit, yes, Stammering Gamer, sorry. I forgot, not everybody's read the manga. So yeah, you probably wouldn't know about the Keanu Reeves twist. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's not the... You know what? If that was the case, which it isn't, it wouldn't even be the craziest nonsense I've read in manga. Like, in the Air Gear finale, Obama's in it. Like, there's a piece of knowledge you can have. Poor Eren, just sat there on a sandwich, on a sandwich, eating a bench slowly. I started joking about that, thinking I'd misspoke, and then realized it's Attack on Titan. Like, he can eat a bench. Stammering Gamer says they finished Animal Crossing Valhalla today. It was immense. Oh, okay. I heard the grand Tom Nook session can be very, very effective. So first things first. Shoulder barge. J-Post said, there was some manga I've read that just hard rebooted its story halfway through the second and third volume. Narrow it down, friend. There's a few jokes in FLCL about manga artists burning out, and that always hits far too true. Oh, Jaggy's like, so I just picked up this game, and all I've done is bleed to death in a cave. 10 out of 10. Feckin' right. And whoa, I'm not saying that I look for experiences that are brutal and unforgiving, but I love the fact that this game tells you just straight off the bat, this is going to be different. You know, you need to pay attention and you need to be careful. Oh, and Plunge, feckin' thank you, yo. 18 months, feckin' Plunge, thank you sincerely. So, Jaggy Snake, how far ahead from us are you? Oh, and jump back. Plunge. 18 months. Sorry. I need to acknowledge that more than just, yo! Right. Now, this is spiky and seems bad. Alright. So, let's have a look. We've got what seems to be a counterweight and a lot of spikes. Oh, Cryostix would have also accepted Ace Combat Valhalla, Armored Core Valhalla, Assetto Corsa Valhalla, and Astral Chain Valhalla. Jaggy says, so I got to the door, so basically everything is new. Okay. Well, we had to exchange some herbs with a weird old man in a cave who gave us the amulet to get through this part. I'll let you know how it goes. That's how well it went.
So after her summer experience learning to slaughter the fiends of hell with her new friend Doom Guy, Isabel has moved on to now joining the Assassin's Guild.
Yeah, she learned how to rip and tear. Now she's going to learn to rip and tear quietly. INM says, I'm feeling the other world comparisons more clearly now. Oh, and the spin-off series, AG Valhalla, like actual Gundam. Sorry, I didn't mean to be I didn't mean to be a crumb bum there. It's had a lot of people using the shortenings, and we must remind ourselves that when talking with others, not everybody has the same amount of games literacy that we have, and it is entirely possible that we can confuse and possibly alienate others by assuming they know like the titles we're speaking about, or at least the shortenings of them. Oh, Jaggy Snake just adding Another World. Very much a classic. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. We found a couple of really interesting games like Other World. Oh, what was it called? The Eternal Castle. It's a bit hard on the eyes, and not really a great game to stream, per se, but if you're down for, like, weird, abstract, Otherworld type stuff, there's nothing like it. So Lex says, I spoke about this yesterday about acronyms. I don't know half of what was said, even though it was in relation to Elite, which I have 300 hours in. Yup. And Alice was saying, can we talk about the Odyssey series, like Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Super Mario Odyssey, but Abe's Odyssey, real hidden gems, yeah. Parkour, parkour, parkour! And Kaylee Jen, I mean, I'm dyslexic, so I have a problem with him at the best of times. Cha! But yeah, abbreviations can be somewhat a form of gatekeeping. Like the idea of, oh, you don't know specifically which game I'm talking about? Oh, you're one of those. Monster friend. Fuck! Eat that dagger. Some bones. Oh, come on, we can take the height up of that. Oh, Satan says, oh, D2 equals Destiny 2? Yeah, for me, it'll always be Diablo 2. Oh, sorry, does not equal. Don't use your fancy program words here. Confuse me wee brain. Alright. Parkour! Yeah! Stooge says, I thought D2 was the Mighty Ducks 2. Yeah, sorry. As a dyslexic Mother Hubbard, this is a subject I feel very strongly about. Woohoo! Free monster goodies! Mmm, herbs. Herbs from the monster's innards. Delicious. And potentially confusing. Alna says, look, acronyms is how we get in trouble with SAO. That's how we stay safe from SAO. See what I mean? Oh yeah, see Kaylee, D2 is clearly Doom 2. Or the video game D2. Oh yeah, see? Salem, we went to the same spot. Kathleen's like, why were you afraid of Sword Art Online? It wasn't that bad. Yeah, it was. Then they became fairies. And they had a magical video game child because of reasons. Oh, God. Okay. Things not to do. Don't roll into a wall. That's bad. Okay, so there's clearly a trap ahead, so I'm going to try and spring it with my dagger. It did not work. It did not work. Ow! Fuck! Alna says, as someone who watched only 2 episodes of SAO and bounced off it, I have to ask, what the heck? Well, I would say that with Sword Art Online, the first half of the first season is great for anyone that played a lot of MMOs. There's a certain authenticity to that show, which I found very, 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 very fresh. As someone who spent a lot of time in Ultima Online and World of Warcraft and a few others. Oh, cool. We're just going right down into the depths here. So Jaggy's saying the save points to this game are very forgiving, which I like. I have to agree, and it gives us a chance. It shows us the brutality of this world without making it impossible. What was the game? God, I'm trying to remember now. There was a game I got real into for a while that was like a Mega Drive era hack and slash, but it was one of those when you died that you were done, you were toast. Oh yeah, good old Dragon's Lair. Alright, gonna have a wonderful rest of your day, alright? And take care. And Stammering Gamer, I'm not even touching that with a 10-foot barge pole. Both from a language perspective and a sanity perspective. I see cursed tomes. I know a cursed tome when I see it. Oh, you want to go? What are you thinking? Who's coming first? I'll do this. Oh, oh wow. Oh, Kaylin says, remember wasting so many quarters on Dragon's Lair getting past the 3rd and 2nd scene. Feckin' right? God. The amount of money those things used to eat. But there was nothing else like it. Like, full FMV? Oh, feckin' yo. Let's give that one another go. River. Alright, come on. Up, up. Yeah, I heard you're in trouble. So you're going into the bathroom as well. Up, up. Someone got into the bins. Guys. See, look who's now sitting here, cute as day. Oh, I'm so sad and so lonely. Oh, they don't feed me and they don't love me. No, she's got into the bins. She's doing the cute face. Doing the cute face, aren't you? Epitome of innocence, exactly. Yeah, I just, with acronyms, I have a problem with them at the best of times, being dyslexic. And it makes for an interesting form of gatekeeping because it has to... Because you are putting the opus on the other person to understand it and the cadence and the language of what you're putting forward. And if you don't give that person framing or context, it's basically the like, oh, if you don't understand, we're not going to include you in this conversation. And especially when it comes to spaces like Twitch, where we're leaping between a lot of different titles and art. Like, it can turn into an absolute mess. Oh, and Lecter's asking for affordable coffee ground recommendations. Something that's as strong as what you get from an espresso. See, I'm not great with the American brands. For cheap stuff, I actually found like Costco and a couple other places. Their pre-ground stuff is real good, and you could buy crap loads of it. Kyle says WoW is bad for them. It is. To some extent, WoW has an advantage because it's been around so long, and that a lot of the time you can pre-cook the fact that you're having a conversation about World of Warcraft. But yeah. Alan says, as someone who tried to chastise me for not calling Attack on Titan by its Japanese name, found out. I have little tolerance for that. Oh yeah. I once... Oh, we're bleeding. That's why we're having a bad time. Oh, no wonder I'm having a bad time. I'm already hurting. Okay. Yeah, because I used to be very, very into, like, 2D fighting games. And I've had a few people try and Fedora correct me on title and character names, and kind of lost my shit at them a little bit. Alright, so I'm gonna kick this guy's ass. Sorry, this guy's low. Feck! Okay, this combat is tricky. I've really got to pay attention. That's alright, I mean, we're in no rush to get through this game. I just didn't realise quite how badly my little bloke was bleeding. Lecter says, when people use acronyms as shorthand, but then other people don't understand, so have to write it out anyway. Could have just written it in the first place. Good point. Saying this as like accept abbreviations or something. Oh, Zenro.
Oh, hi.
Hey! That is one whole feckin' year. Yo! The final boat form is yours. What will you do with this newfound power? Three of them. This is gonna take some time. I mean, Zenro, Disneyland's probably not worth raiding at this point. We should probably give it a while. Alright. I'm just gonna focus, we'll get this. Also, we hit 400 peoples. dropped me bloody sword! That's the feckin' worst! Spooky Ghost, thank you kindly for the 100 bits there. Get my ass kicked here! I'm a right shite Viking! Fuck! I've got to get bloody good at this. Okay. Both ears are going in. Oh shit, stammering. Feckin' hell. Get my ass kicked with spears there. We're doing this. We are feckin' doing this. Alnus with William the Red. Named not for his fiery hair, but for the repeated stabbings he took. Do you know why they called him William the Bloody? Gives me bloody awful poems. Getting my ass kicked. Lecter doing the... Oh yeah, I understood that reference. Thank you. I'm the keeper of the old memes. God. I think I'm gonna have to do a rewatch of Angel. I think that's gonna be my next little... I've been doing like a rewatch of a bunch of like old cyber future, cyberpunk type stuff. Oh, aha! Parkour, parkour! Alright. Oh, shit, they've got me. Those spears have got me dead to rights. Yeah, sorry, I've been doing a rewatch of a lot of old like cyber future and cyberpunk films this week to kind of create like a ranking system. J-Po's asking, do any of them hold up? Johnny Mnemonic is actually still good. But it struck me now that if you don't know classic cyberpunk stuff, like if you haven't read Neuromancer or seen a bunch of like weird old anime, that show makes no sense. I've been rewatching the Nemesis series. That is trash that only gets worse. RoboCop, which starts incredible and just descends. RoboCop 3 is truly awful. And I don't mean it's a bad RoboCop sequel, it's a bad movie. What else? I watched Split Second, which is a cyberpunk film set in London about, I guess, alien Satan? What else have we been going through? There was a couple of others. Oh, I tried to rewatch, what is it called? Runaway last night. With, oh god, what's his name? One of the old macho mustache man from the 80s. Feck. What was his name? It's not Burt Reynolds, it's the other bloke. And he plays a cop who specializes in robots that have run away. Tom Selleck, thank you, Bacon Avenger. It's so funny because everyone in that movie is playing it deadpan, super serious. Like, this is a serious cop movie. But all the robots are these janky, like, pre-Robot Wars home-built like toaster on wheels. And the seriousness of the film and the people does not match the robot design. It's fucking hilarious.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, Kaylee, that is very kind of you. Cryosticks is adding Split Second is also a weird racing game with building explosions. Like Mario Kart, but people. So what I've been doing is I've been creating kind of like a cyberpunk discography, so that I can. Oh, Satan says random shocking fact: a number of '80s mustachioed actors are all from Michigan. I didn't know that. But yeah, I'm currently trying to. Shit, I wonder if I can get up onto his area there. Shit. Shit! Faber says, we tried watching Ghost in the Shell series recently. Very much meh. I mean, the standalone complex does a real good job. And the first two, well, the two films are very, very good. The newer ones, trying to do the prequel story thing, don't quite gel, but that's why I also use the term cyber future, because cyberpunk tends to refer to very much like the pure dystopian, whereas like Cowboy Bebop's not quite there. You could count Earth as cyberpunk, but it's definitely more like, you know, sci-fi tech future. Oh, and to Matt Big Sugar, how are you doing? Watto. Just doing some monster murders. Feck. Drop me bloody sword! Jaggy says, Altered Carbon is my Cyberpunk go-to for now. How was the second season of that? Because the first season had so many wonderful concepts in. But... Sorry, Jaggy, I don't want to be... No one needs white guy opinions of shows that you enjoy on the internet. I know. Oh, Matt says, I'm all good. Thanks for checking out Unto the End. Hey, no worries. I've been looking forward to this since, God, who was it who gave me the hands-on? It was, oh, how am I going blank? He's a fucking G4 legend and a decent friendo. Feck. On it. Alright, Coffee. Coffee will help me remember names. Kisa, he was one of the hosts. Oh, God. Adam Sessler. Adam gave me a preview of this, or helped me get a preview of this last GDC. I've been looking forward to it since then. I'm kind of being a bit of a glutton for punishment here. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Stammering was saying, I missed the early 2000s anime boom. Discovered so many classics like Metropolis, Akira, Blue Sub No. 6. Oh, yeah. I mean, we got lucky because we basically got, like, the filtered best of piped through manga entertainment in those early times. The reason why I was talking about Altered Carbon was just because I felt like they set themselves up to have some really interesting conversations and do some very cool things. And they didn't really touch on it beyond, like, the first episode. Like, the thing where, due to, I think it's, like, due to varying crimes, a little girl has her sleeve, her soul, her memory placed in the body of a much older person. And I was like, wait, we have a series where yourself, your consciousness, is completely divorced from your physical form. Your disc is put into a sleeve, a flesh body, But those two things don't have to coincide. I thought it was going to be an interesting look at, you know, what is it to be me in a world where your physical form can change drastically. And I don't feel the Netflix show did real good with that. Also, they had that whole implication about how AI hotels are bad. And from what we see, the Edgar Allan Poe hotel is nothing but awesome. Do you know what I mean? Kisa says, back in the AMV days, how I got exposed to a lot of interesting animes. Oh, yeah. Feck. I still get a birthday card from amv.org. Well, a digital one, but you know what I mean. So Matt says, this is one of the encounters where there's an alternative to fighting. All right. You know what, Matt? I think I'm being too pig-headed on this one. Let me be a vaguely good host. I'm feeling like I need to, like, place my sword down. Also, I'm bleeding a lot. Cryostic says, I still haven't watched Blade Runner 2049. I'm under the impression I super should. I mean, at very least stylistically, it's an incredible watch. Now, without spoiling it, Crysticks, I very much enjoyed what it says at the end. I don't want to chuck a dagger at him. Yeah. Did you notice as soon as I threw the dagger, he just leapt down on me? So if I snuff out the torch, that seemed to work. Let's see if they just don't like fire. Okay. Damn it! I'm a dingus! We're gonna work this out. Because I feel like this is... So Matt's saying the baskets are a clue. They are. This is some Rain World level nonsense. I'm not looking at this right. I'm being a stupid. So let's work this out together, friends. Oh, I'd like to, I wanted to add, I've not read... Okay. I've also not read, the Altered Carbon books. Probably won't. And I can see what you're saying about how it does feel like a guy very much trying to write female roles. Stammering says, the 2000 looking back was some of the best times for me. Music, anime, comics. Honestly, I miss it. Well, what I will say, Stammering Gamer, is for comics, God, especially independent comics, there are so many bangers we've had. I mean, to name a few, like The Wicked and the Divine, feckin' Saga, hell, BPRD, which technically is an evolution on Hellboy, which is a classic, late 90s, 2000s, but, BPRD is, Hellboy and then better. God. The image of the post-2000s became this, hotbed of great comics. Animu is more included into general culture now, and it's so much harder to find the stuff is good. But, Made in Abyss. Made in Abyss is everything that, teenage 2000s me was obsessed with. Hell, Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. One of the best giant robot animus we've had to date. Like, sorry, and stammering, I don't mean this as a, how very dare you! I mean this more that, like, and I am very guilty of this. I'm not saying that you are, but I'm very guilty of looking back on, especially things during that PC gaming, like, the old golden age, before we got to here. Before we reached this kind of, this new, like, swamp of incredible titles. It's very easy to look back and be like, oh, well, it was always better back then. But at least in nerd culture, like, we've never had it better. And I don't know. I guess I want to celebrate that. Cyberpunk, giant robot stuff, and Animu isn't as clearly pronounced as it was back then, but it does exist, and it's good. Except for Darling in the Franxx, that's a travesty. There, I said it. I said it. Hot takes there. Boosh! Shazam! Sorry, I just read Lecter's comment on the books of Altered Carbon, and it says, I don't need to know about the boobs of every female character, especially if you're going to call them elusive globes. Oh, Katie, well, I hope you're doing all right. I hope you're doing all right. If you need to talk to myself or any of the mods directly about what happened, yeah, we can go from there. Oh, and Ghost Reaper, Watto. But either way, Katie, Watto, come on in. We are being Vikings, and I'm trying to work out this visual puzzle here. Now, it does feel like putting out the torch seemed to help. Open supplies. Eat. Offer. Sure. Nope. It's definitely the baskets. It doesn't want us to take. Okay, it doesn't want us to take. It doesn't want us to offer. Jumping back in. Alnus, Darling of the Franxx. Subtext is for cowards. I know a lot of writers that use subtext, and they're all cowards. Oh yeah, sorry. I just Stammering Gamer was adding this that Dr. Stone is one of their new favorites. God. I'm trying to remember what the name of it was. There was a Twitter account that was extracts of male writers writing female characters. And at first it was very, very funny. And then it just became tragic. Like, I am not a writer by trade, so I can't diss on the quality and craft of other people's creations, but it does seem to strike me that most masculine perspectives of writing female characters is, I'm just gonna think about boobs. Oh, Salem says the account was men write women, but it's been suspended. Oh no! Like I said, it was so on point, and the sheer amount of it was what made me feel sad, not the actual existence of it. Lecter's saying they're entirely lost when it comes to coffee. There's so many blends and flavors. I mean, so you want something that's not too dark a roast, But the thing is, if you're mixing it like mocha style, you can mix the chocolate to taste, so you should be okay. Just don't go with a light, or go for a nice, pick a nice medium roast that's affordable, and then mix to taste, I reckon. With instant coffee, I want to add a lot of sugar. Let's take that taste away. Hell, the way I used to make coffee when I was working was do fine ground with spices, big cup. Fill it up with hot water, stir, wait for it to settle, and then just be like hoppa choppa 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 chop. Okay, okay. Aha! Alright, alright. So off phone. Alright. How do I place my weapon down? That's what I want to work out how to do. Bacon Adventure, like, instant coffee is blasphemy to the Order of the Holy Bean. You're not wrong, but I'm also an individual of function. I'll right-click to stitch. Cool. It's a trade. Alright, so let's head back the other way, but... Oh. We basically found like a little shop. That's kind of cool. Matt Bitsugar, like, thanks for coming and lurking in here, because I would have cocked that up sideways. Theodore Elving, Elving? What? Oh, welcome. Hello. Let's see what's up over this way. We could definitely use a bonfire or the equivocant to help sort us out. Oh, Matt, well, thank you kindly, yo. Like... there's a part of it that breaks my little heart that this title ended up having to share a launch window with... No! Bread, not food! Oh, you feckin' bad word. Pixie Drew is like, why are you all trying to tempt me to get another espresso? I do not need extra caffeine. Sorry, this is called Unto the End. We play a Viking dad trying to get back to his family. Oh, Matt Big Sugar says, I gotta bounce, but just so you know, these folks have a more special item to trade with you. You just gotta offer them the right thing. Alright, so we offered them... No, I can't get back! Fuck! Man, I can't get back! No! Piss balls. Alright, well, we'll explore a little bit more. Maybe I can return. Maybe. Oh yeah, and Theodore, I believe Matt was from one of the teams publishing this. Yes. Fuck. Oh, and Pixie Druid, if you're just stopping in to say hi howdy, then what ho? Ah, piss balls. Is there a way to return? Damn it. River! It's okay. Tell you what, friends, this might be just a quick point for me to take a quick pee break and then return. Now we've got to decide, friends, if we want to start over or if there is a way to return to this one. It's frustrating. I worked out how to do the trading stuff, but supposedly there was more. Grapple, 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 grapple! Well, it didn't take us too long to get to that point. Decisions, decisions. So Theodore, I take it you're a fan of this particular title. As I was saying to these lovely folks earlier, I got to play the demo last GDC, and I've been looking forward to it since then. But now we know there's more we can do at the trading station. I'm real tempted to just start it over. No, I didn't take a wrong turn. I just got to a point I can't get back to. Alright, I'll be back in a sec, friends. I can grumble, 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 grumble! Okie dokie. How goes Lecter's coffee quest? Sorry for leaving you all there for a breather. I'm going to push forward and see if there's a way I can loop back in this. But I am grumbly to know that there's stuff I could have gotten. I'm grumbly to know that if I'd stopped for a few more moments and listened to, well, if Matt, hopefully I can fight our way through this and then get to some of the other areas, get back to that area we were at and try trading some stuff, hopefully. Lob a knife out. Boss Anna, what ho friend, how goes it? Theodore, I have no qualms in it, friend. If I have any visible frustrations, while I was on break, one of my friends who I know from the UK comic scene was asking about Twitch, and was asking if Twitch is like having that older brother who won't let you play experience. And so I shared his retweets, hoping that people would be like, actually, no, it's like a group of people hanging out. It's closer to hanging out with friends in a pub. And someone got real on his case. And I was like, ah. And to Two-Ton Studios, Watto, welcome. Okay, I have one question. So, Two-Ton, we went to the trading post, and thanks to some helpful prompting, we worked it out. But I want to know if I can get back to there from this point. Because if I can't, I'm going to restart the title. Because now I understand it. I want to see what was going on there. Says, no, you cannot. Alright. Start again. Delete all progress, start from the beginning. Yes. Okay. Because we did a little bit of trading, and it was really cool. And then and then we got... Well, Matt suggested the idea of there's more stuff to do there, and I didn't realize that until I'd gone over the block. But I mean, the start of this game is utterly gorgeous. So we get a cool spear from our kid, and a lock of hair from my wife. Let's go do some more murders. So, Two-Ton, how has launch been? Some friends are mentioning that this is also available on Game Pass at the same time, and I'm curious to know your experiences with that, but I doubt there's much you can talk about. I got hands-on with this last GDC, and have been looking forward to it since then. I'm real sorry you're having to share a launch window with a bunch of other stuff. Two-Ton says, a lot of the experience, we hope for the better, is to make it about you, the player, feeling the pain of decisions. Oh yeah, and I'm entirely okay with that. Like how this Feck is take up stuff. Oh, Two-Ton says it has been nuts and he can't talk too much about it. Understandable. But I hope it's been for the better. And I can see this being a title with a long tail. There's something raw about this. 2 tons like, I will say, I am freaking exhausted. Oh yeah. Hopefully you get like a good, decent chunk of crash time over the holidays. Because after the big Christmas reset, like that's the time to kick in proper. Alright, so now I know what to do. Oh, feck you, dear! I was going to try and buzz it with the knife. Boss Anna says, what the story been like so far? It's been a lot of us surviving the cave tunnels. We seem to have left our family because of reasons and are now fighting our way back to see them. Mom! I love the keys! There's loads of little touches about this is where I feel it shines. Like, this is one of the few games I've played in a while where putting your sword away had a sensible mechanical reason rather than a narrative reason. In games like Way of the Samurai, having your sword drawn means you're ready for a scrap, and characters will react to you differently. In this, having your sword drawn means if you're running around or leaping or bump into something, you drop it out of your hands because you're a human bloody being. 2 Ton says, it's just saying thank you. It's risky doing something this subtle, and we don't hold your hand. We felt as indies that was the right thing to do. Have a chance for the players to really feel smart or special. Absolutely. Now, 2 Ton, I don't know if I got to meet yourself at a prior GDC or what have you, but like, I'm a big fan. Gunnar was asking earlier about my tattoos. Like, there is all 3 of the slug cats from Wayne World, which is a game that absolutely does not hold your hand. I am a huge fan of that as a form of storytelling because I feel that it allows us to be have the experience of our characters. You know, this whole section that we've encountered so far comes simply from comes very simply from having this adventure gone awry. Yeah, as you're saying, like, it is one of those things that only games can really do. Other mediums can't do that. They don't have that option available to them, and nor with a lot of the larger titles as well, because there's so much of their budgets and elements on the line, they have to, there's a lot they have to do. Sorry, I don't mean to speak for you. I love the philosophies you're putting forward here. And I'm a big proponent of games as a medium that lets people experience. Oh, 2 John says their brother works in AAA. Yo. He's a concept artist on Gears. Gears is a great series, but Gears is absolutely a theme park type game. It presents you with an experience. More herbs. It presents you with experience that takes you through a lot of. I don't suppose there's a way we can get past this. Alright. Jump! Nope, still got me. Friends, there is no dodge rolling in real life. So Jaggy Snake was saying, in a weird way, it reminds me almost of a text adventure. There's something honest. Go north, parry, get troll. Yeah, there's something very pure about this. And I think that's one of the strengths of indie titles. Theodore says, do you see a lot of people struggling in the same areas of the game? It must be a lot of fun watching people try and tackle the challenges live. Whoa. If that is the case, 2 Ton, settle in, because if there's... I may not be good at games, but I'm stubborn. Kaimball, sleep well, friend, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. I'm gonna go help the old dude down here. Stammering Gamer, I promise nothing. I will probably die excessive amounts. Alright. Okay, so heal wounds, improve armor. Not quite enough. Make a tonic. Oh, sheep. How much do I have in the way of supplies left? Alright, I've got 4 herbs, so I can brew a tonic and have enough left over to heal that bloke. We've already done. For herbs. Okay. Anything else, or is it good? Miss Fiend.
Theodore says they're already looking forward to seeing people speedrun this game. I always find that fascinating. Like, with titles like this, where it's very much a slow roll through,
Seeing how people deconstruct it and turn it into like speedrunning adventures. Two-Ton Studio says, I learned the other day there is a big inside speedrunning community. Weirdly, that doesn't surprise me, but I'm glad to know it exists, you know? Oh, and Two-Ton, I don't know if we haven't met before in the real. Hello, I'm Will. Pleasure to meet you. I used to work in AAA and then in more indie spheres. I did about like 10 years industry side before falling into the practice of making noises loudly on this twitch.television. Top job. And while I have been known to get a bit arty-farty when it comes to talking about titles, especially indie ones, like, I'm a big proponent of this. Dude, I think it's physically possible for me to make noises that aren't loud. Two-Ton says was at a big corp for 12 years as well. Yeah. There's a little part of me that really makes me smile in games now, that the goal isn't work for big company. Like, it's not the, I can't wait to toil my life away at a AAA studio. That for a lot of people, the goal is, I'm going to work hard now. I'm going to work hard now so I can go indie later. For some reason, I really like that. Fuck. Spiffed that jump. Oh. Was a little bit too enthusiastic there, my friends. Stuart's like, hey, whoa! They're full damage. There is very wall damage. Oh, Boss Anna, thank you kindly. I try. I'm trying to... My current quest at the moment is to try and get people to start thinking about game creation and not air quotes game design. That's been one of my my little pet quests of late. Because we're real guilty of equating a larger portion of game creation to air quotes game design, and kind of like community management, it's something that is important for all. Oh no, that's me. That I know that. Oh, you're fine, mate. Just bleeding out, it's fine. Guinea Pig Nation says, Father! We have important questions. What need of you, my guinea pig children? Also, friends, if you don't mind me being shameless reminder.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Okay, Jaggy Snake, thank you kindly for the sub. That's feckin' rad of you. Also, you timed it well enough, so if you cast your eyes downwards, you will see that you have taken the item of the day. Oh, you're fine. It's a bit of blood. Walk it off. What I was going to add is, friends, in chat you will see Guinea Pig Nation. That is a little morning stream if you need it, which is just our guinea pigs just hanging out in the mornings. That's it. It's just cute guinea pigs being adorable. If you would be so kind as to throw Guinea Pig Nation a follow, I would be sincerely appreciative. And I died of blood loss. Guinea Pig Nation, you were there. This Soho's not there. Yeah, note to self, improve our armor. Oh, fuck. That's the wrong button. Well, so, Teuton, the other thing that I think is really worth adding for the conversation is how the checkpoint system is really robust, so that there's a lethality to this world that is very pronounced. But you didn't go for the... You didn't go for just an out-and-out, you know, you die and you're done, or more of a brutal checkpoint system. Like, this game is very forgiving to users, and impressed because it allows us to have this experience that feels very brutal, very, very unforgiving. And yet at the same time it's like, don't worry about it. Also, this next little minion doesn't have a weapon, so I can just wail on it. No weapon means no block, buddy. In the minutia, we can try again at stuff and things. So Teuton was saying we spent a ton of time on checkpoints, and it was a huge thing not to copy and paste from Dark Souls. It might seem weird, but we really want you to succeed, so you can feel what the father is going through. Yeah, we get to feel his struggles and the brutal nature of what he's going through. Like, bleeding out there, as someone who played an inordinate amount of games like DayZ and stuff like that, bleed outs are very rarely fun. But even more so, they feel like the last moments of the inevitable. Very rarely do they enhance the experience. But then you've fucking nailed it here, so... Oh. Okay. Dodge and roll, dodge and roll. Armchair. Armchair. Okay. So we never found a way to go that way. Okay, so that might... Didn't work. Oh, a 2-ton, thank you. I reckon I can do it. Haha! Viking powers activate! I did it. Now what do we get for our hard work? Oh, you son of a bad word! Come on, come on. Alright, let's patch up your wounds. Improve armor. Feck, yes. Craft some bone braces. Bone braces crafted. Nice. Supplies, we're not doing too bad. Check us out. Oh yeah, and because Two Sun Studios mentioned some of the influences being Another World, Another World, Out of This World, Flashback, and a lot of people commented on the Out of This World vibes. I was recommending games like The Eternal Castle and some of the new school variants on this. I feel like I have more control over the conflict in this than I do in some of those titles. If that makes a weird sense. So Two-Ton says the big inspirations for this were Inside and Punch-Out. God, that pitch meeting must have been fun. So we want to make a game that combines Inside and Super
I was
Punch-Out.
a pretty musical person in my youth. I once had a band named 999 Megabytes, but I had trouble with transportation. I could never get to a gig. Also, have you found it yet?
So, Hunspector, thank you for 200 bits. Right, that's how we're staying alive right now, so thank you. Also, okay, can someone repost? We didn't find Soho. It is lost. Soho is not there. Plunge says, I'm just imagining the inside kid over the shoulder of the camera as they punch Glass Joe. The kids in the audience rolling around. Hunspector's like, what is Soho? It's a miserable pile of secrets. Okay. Okay, so we offered bones and we got sticks. Let's try offering some leather. Okay, they gave us some sticks for the leather. Oh, Jaggy says, Soho to me was the French house of Madame Jojo's. Yeah. God, the loss of Madame Jojo's. Okay. So we tried... Let's try some herbs. Yeah, so, Boss Anna, they can trade here. We tried it with some bones and they gave us some leather. But... Ah, here we go. The Lightstone.
That must have been the special item. Inventory, lightstone. Shines fiercely. Used by the character to fend off trolls. Yes. Alright, so we tried bones. Let's just try sticks just in case. Oh, and could one of the mods just let that one through? Yeah. Sticks into bones, bones into leather. Okay. So now we just have a shitload of bones. Alright. Onward! Thank you, lizard dudes. We're just not going to go back the other way. So now... Okay, so now when we go up and over... Okay, sorry, Two-Ton, go have a lovely rest of your day. Congratulations on launch. Like, from all of us here at the Longship, thank you to you and the team and everything you put in to make this game.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, Two-Ton, I'd love a tip. I have no qualms. Like, I do not pretend to be good at video games, and for us, this is very much a group activity. And Bacon Avenger, feckin' legend, thank you. Gifting a sub to Two-Ton like it's no big deal. Send you on your way with a little long ship of your own. Okay. Two-Ton, thank you kindly. I'm picking up what you're putting down. No pun intended there. We got our bone braces. So if we snap out the torch, surprise. Alright, show the light crystal. We'll see if that works. Nope. The light crystal did not stop them. So yeah, Two-Ton Studios, thank you for the tips, thank you for the game. Have a lovely rest of your day, alright? Alright, let's kick these guys. I feel like I gotta kick these guys' ass now. And yes, Boss Anna, they can stab each other. The thing is, we can't just roll away from them because they're quicker than we are. And they'll always try and outpace us. Fucking hell. Just hard with two of them at once. But it's alright. As I was saying, like, the trials and tribulations of this game are part of the experience. Like, honestly, it's not asking us to restart the whole bloody level again. We don't lose anything.
wants to sing?
Guinea pig nation. Peoples. Guinea pig nation, thank you for the host. Boss Hunter says, is it just one combat for attack and one for parry? No, we have directional stick up and down for block and parry, and then we have low and high attacks. There we go, see? Piece of cake, friends. Yeah, GG no re. It's almost like that thing you were saying, Theodore, about getting the first one before handling the large one was exactly the right thing to do. Yeah, plunge. First time, every time. First time, every time. Boss Hunter says, do you have HP or just a certain number of hits? Well, it's difficult to see on stream, because as I don't have the shiny partner benefits, I can't really stream too high. But my character does get bloodied, and if I take too much damage, it's visible that I am bleeding. So that's where we get a lot of our information is contextual. Like falling rocks, which are contextually painful. Fuck. Rock fall, party dies. I mean, you're not wrong. Okay. But one of the things that this is doing is, while it is a little bit of the memory game, the checkpoint system is so rapid that despite the brutality of these whole little situations, we can get through them with ease. But what it does show is the amount of struggles, brutalities, and the amount of times this guy nearly feckin' keeled over trying to get back to his family. Rolled out of where I thought the boulder was going to go and got my face crushed. Brilliant. Up chop. Oh, Theodore, I'm so glad you enjoyed yourself. No, I'm joking. I'm having a fucking great time with this. I'm looking forward to us being out in the great beyond, you know. That sounds bad. Oh, no, I'm super dead. You have to be strong. You have to be bolder. Pun Spectre Y. Boss Hunter was adding they much prefer checkpoints for games like this where you die a lot. Tried Cave Story because it's free on Epic, but damn, I died so often and lost enough progress that I threw the towel in frustration. Cave Story is an interesting one. stabbed me in the face twice. Smart like a tree, quick like a rock. That's the Viking way. Alright, let me get through this scrap. But no, I know what you mean. The thing is, sometimes for games to tell the story they want to, we gotta die a lot, and that's okay. I do feel that Cave Story is very, very punishing. And if you don't know what you're going into, like... Hang on. Oh, there's my dagger. Damn, this guy's tough. He does have 2 swords. He can stab twice as good. For when one round of stabbings just isn't enough. Stab hard with a vengeance. Oh. Oh, fucking Kinyan! I even put the dagger in him. Got one to read him. But, friends, that's what you can see about this is like... It... The amount of time between each conflict and each attempt is so short. Bleeding a lot. Oh, he has a 4 combo. Jaggy Snake says, did you ever try Absolver? It was a really good indie fighter and had some technical issues, but I loved it. I was one of the people that suffered from the technical issues from Absolver when it dropped. I liked its martial arts style, and I was very intrigued by how it set that up. Oh, it's not over. Probably helps if I have a sword. Oh yeah, Theodore, I've got the bloody shoulder slam. But yeah, Jaggy, I had a lot of technical issues trying to get Absolver to work when it first dropped. And I did find its directional moveset system to be curious. I think it was one of those combat systems that doesn't really shine until you get pretty far in. Oh, crud, bacon. Alright, let's fucking go. Oh, what? You dual sword-wielding jerkwad. Jaggy says, being able to get right back to the action is critical. Yeah. See, it's that thing of, like, mechanically, how do you want your people to feel versus how you wish for them to experience it. Like how Hotline Miami, everything kills you, but you restart in a minute. So it doesn't feel like a brutally punishing game, but when you get through it, God, you feel like a badass. Whereas good old-fashioned Tarkov always feels like an agonizing challenge. I was doing really good then, and I pushed the wrong button because I'm a feckin' dingus. I will say, however, it doesn't make for the most entertaining viewing for your lovely souls. Or at least until we actually have some murder victories. Balls. Yeah, progress though, Harmonious, progress. Viking! Give me that leather! And there we go. Piece of cake, cup of tea, fish and chips, Shazam! Bacon Adventures, I don't know. Watching Spelunky was pretty good. Well, the enforced banter breaks, I think, was the good idea. Lecter says, took me too long to place my food order. I can't get my stuff today. You fool of a toque! You need that for living! Those foods is important. Let's have a quick look at the client store. And really, what, ho friend? How are you doing? We're being Vikings. We're being arty Vikings and all. I'll tell you what this game is reminding me of a lot is, do any of you remember when we played Depth? Okay, so there's something down there. How do we get down there? Okay, so Lecter has food, they've just run out of potatoes. Potatoes! This way. Yeah, here we go. Herbs. I do like herbs, me. You lit the bonfire! Relu's upset their current diet plan. Beige food, yay! But all in all, I'm doing okay. Well, I'm sorry you had to go through the nonsense of the outdoor world, but... Oh, God. But I'm glad you're doing well, friend. We're playing Unto the End, a very arty Viking game that is already putting a little smile on my face. It's got a lot of the art house stuff that I really enjoy. Oh, and it reminds me a lot of Depth. That's what I was saying before you came on in, or at least I was thinking about saying. I don't know if I actually vocalized that. Depth was kind of fascinating in the sense that it wasn't the same character trying and trying again. That each run was another hero, another ancestor coming to the same temple to attempt to win the riches. Don't quite have enough sticks for improvements. How are we doing? Although we're doing good for supplies, just get a little bit more in the way of sticks. Okay, that's Feck and Q. So, we're trying to get back to our family, our child and our wife, and she's given us a lock of hair. So by sitting in front of the fire and looking at a lock of hair, we have flashbacks of happy memories. Just being a cute little Viking family out in the middle of nowhere. Also, our wife kicks ass as well, just as a... Take a picture of that. And Feck, this game absolutely subscribes to the every frame of painting philosophy, you know what I mean? Yeah, just a happy little experience right there. The Unto the End team just sent us some very nice messages about the game. Because I was like, oh, why do I have all these alerts? I'm like, aww. Like, friends, this may be one of those games that if you enjoy it or if you're thinking about playing it, this may be one of those games that needs us to tell people. I have a feeling that this is going to get absolutely lost in the noise of this holiday season. A game that is thoughtful and slow and methodical and heartfelt, that evokes old games, indie games, that has a language and a feeling all its own, is going to really struggle to find its voice in the gaming space right now. And it's going to... We're going to have to become kind of the champions of it, if you know what I mean. Clank Crusher, what ho friend? How goes it? We're being Vikings! That sounds bad. I don't think that does sound like a friend, Boss Anna. I think that sounds like a very bad time in real time. Well, we'll work out what's going on. Up, Char! I guess we've got to do some real good jumping. Nope. Dead. Soviets like, for maximum hilarity, give small creatures in games the biggest roar imaginable. We really do gotta just drop down here. Oh, goody. Down we go. Couple of herbs. Anything else? No. To fall off down into oblivion. Oh, Char, what are you making?
Marinating. This one.
Smells like everything right. Oh, a bit of the old Liam Perrins in there as well.
Huh?
Bit of Liam Perrins in there?
No.
No. Sorry. If anyone wants to feel hungry,
It's cheeky.
it's chicken. It's marinating with the chicken.
Yes. It's gonna be like it's soy, teriyaki, rice vinegar, sesame oil, a little bit of chili powder, garlic, pepper.
Oh, you know what that would go great with?
What?
The ramen you made. Although, what were you thinking? Were you thinking like a rice thing?
I was thinking rice.
Okay, I like rice.
We have a shit ton of snap peas.
I am rice addicted, yes.
We have a ton of snap peas.
Clank's like, why do you do this to me? Because we can! And Nom-Nom's like, surely no full damage. Oh no. What's the opposite of no full damage? Like, all full damage. Nothing? Alright. Bloody torch. Ow! Bleeding.
Sometimes you'll bleed to death. Progress won't be saved until you heal. Come here. I bled to death. It were right bad. It were right not good. Sorry, friends, what were we chatting about? I feel like I got very, very distracted there. Marinated chicken will do that to the best of us. I'm very confused right now, friends. Get me earphones on, stop paying attention. Stop paying attention, stop being a dingus. That's the feckin' ghoul. Sorry, Clank, Night Valen, I'm so sorry about that. Feckin' auto mod is being completely useless today. It is letting through a bunch of stuff that I'm not okay with and being overly aggressive on... So, Night Valen, how are you doing? I'll do my best to talk to the games industry as a whole, but they've not been prone to listening to me of late. And I'm not, and Soviet, I'm not entirely sure with what you are referencing. Seems bad. This all seems real bad. Ooh. Way up, maybe? On. Oh, yeah, way up. Lovely. Alright, we don't have a way to open that. Alright. So Night Valen, this game is utterly gorgeous. It's up on Steam at the moment. As I was saying earlier, it very much reminds me of Depth. Huh. I think we were around this way earlier. Alright, now I'm very lost. It's fine. Everything's fine. Fine here. Oh no, harmonious. It was below, not depth. Alright, let's see if this works. Nope! Did not work. Got an achievement though. Okay, so what is it? It says, shines fiercely, used by the Kirit to fend off trolls. That looked like a troll! Or was that a Wampa?
Oh, okay. So, all right, I understand. Well, Rilu, the specifics of that bill is more that the Department of Justice will have power when it comes to the use of copywritten materials, which is very bad, but the language of it is very specific. One of the reasons why I don't go into discussing a lot of the legal theory crafting stuff is we have to be careful how we talk about a lot of things. It isn't specifically something directed at streaming, but a lot of the language is very loose, which is why it's making people very nervous, and it changes how a lot of those things are handled. Well, see, and this is one of the things we do have to be careful with, is by paraphrasing it, we can change the narrative around those things. So it's whenever discussing, especially DMCA and that kind of element in any of the digital spaces, there's so much misinformation around because a lot of people misphrase or try and paraphrase what is happening. And it's sorry, Reloop, this isn't anything on yourself. Apologies, it probably sounds like I'm being like but I'm in a few different both video game and streaming spaces, and the amount of misinformation going around is pretty prevalent. God, I mean, I had someone tell me that when it comes to like copyright and piracy, and they said this deadpanned, having not really understood that the concept of legal precedents were trying to inform me that because something is streamed on Twitch, that it is okay to then advertise it in a paid space. And you know those times where you just don't, there is no benefit to trying to educate an individual. It is just going to cause a lot of stress, a lot of headache, with no benefit. Because I'm talking to a white bloke with a large following on the internet, and it's like, honestly, educating you has little to no value. But a lot of the believed common usage is very incorrect. Oh, really spent today trying to educate someone about the vaccines. Oh, God. Oh. Yeah, Sadlin, I'm at that point, which is, if someone wants to disregard, like, knowledge from someone who has been inside the industry for a while, like, you know what? Go ahead, do your thing. Enjoy your legal fees. Now, the stuff I was discussing was more due to Nintendo and how they've been aggressively enforcing their copyrights of late, and trying to inform people of why they're doing it, and honestly just wasn't worth it. It's interesting because there's a lot of stuff that happens in the grey that does not set a legal precedence, but because of the way the internet operates with information, they feel it does. Boss Hunter says, why are they doing it? Why Nintendo in particular? Well, this one was particularly the discussion about a recent Smash Brothers tournament by Nintendo that they shut down. And the individual in question was a Smash Brothers player who couldn't understand that by advertising that they were going to be using an emulator and ROM to play their tournament, that Nintendo were put in a position where they had to step in and say, no, you can't do that. If the tournament had just said, we're going to play Smash Brothers online, and had put nothing in writing about using a specific emulator and their solution, Nintendo could have turned a blind eye. Because they could have claimed, like, oh, we were unaware of how these users were playing this tournament. But by putting into writing, and due to the success of that event, Nintendo was put in a position where they had to take a stance, because if they didn't, another shiftier company could get away with a lot more. Another company could just start emulating Smash Bros. And charging for it online. And then if Nintendo challenged them, they could say, oh, well, you let these people do it. Even though this group is a fan company, and group 2 is just like a shady online, you know, spam, bloatware, nonsense corp. So Nintendo put in a position where they have to shut down fan projects to set a legal precedence as defense. As Ark of the Conclave put it, defend it or lose it. It sucks, it's terrible, and I hate it, but that's the legalities of it. And I was trying to explain this, and their defense was, nuh-uh, people stream it on Twitch, so it's fine. And I'm like, you know what? Your ignorance is not my fault. So, yeah. You know my feelings when it comes to like mod projects and things like that. Like, it grinds my gears when journos do a big write-up of a licensed mod for a game and then go, oh, I can't believe Company X shot it down. It's like, come on. You're forcing the hand. I can assure you that most companies, especially their front-facing staff, know about a shit ton of this, but they can't legally support it. So the best thing they can do is ignore it, pretend it doesn't exist, create a situation where they're under no legal precedence to take action. Yeah. But especially when it's coming to stuff like DMCA things now, there's so much knee-jerk reaction information going around, and it's very, very easy for people to get into some very panicked states. So yeah, Rilu, I read the information on the bill as it was proposed, and the additional sneak-in wasn't approved earlier in the week. It was a proposed addition to another element going through. Boss Anna says, so couldn't they set up some kind of fan licensing system? It's difficult because fans operate in groups that aren't really recognized. Who is and isn't part of a fan group is a difficult thing to put together. It's why a lot of companies don't do paid releases of successful mods, is because you can't guarantee that everybody who worked on it is being represented. So the chances that someone could come along and go, actually, I created all of this, and you're now selling it, you owe me monies. Yeah. I'm not saying it's not impossible, but it's similar kinds of reasons. Licensing fan games is very difficult. Yeah, and Ark of the Conclave, going back to the other thing, if you force a company to acknowledge something, they're in a bind. Like, oh god. I'm so glad that the World of Warcraft Classic server still happened. But I don't know if you'll remember the World of Warcraft Classic fan servers that got into a spat with Blizzard. Now, I'm not saying Blizzard were the good guys here, but it was like the more noise that got made around those servers, the more they had to shut them down. The thing that I am worrying about, which we've seen a little bit, is that at some point Nintendo is going to go on a spree through Twitch and YouTube and look at people who are using their images for branding or for purpose. At some point it's going to happen. I'm a little worried about it. I don't know when it's going to happen. There'll probably be a high-profile content creator that causes a stink about it, and then Nintendo has to go on like a purge and burn through Twitch and YouTube. When that happens, it's going to be a hell of a day. Rilu says that they know someone with Pokemon-themed emotes. Yeah. Well, and because those are a reward for a paid subscription, yeah. At the moment, they can exist in happy bliss, because so long as Nintendo aren't forced to take action, they can be like, oh, we had no idea these people were using Pokemons as their little emotes. We can't check every one of these millions of Twitch channels. Oh, and Tanari, wow, hello, good afternoon, what ho? I know I've told you already that El Shaddai is getting a release on Steam, but I want to say it again. Sorry, I didn't mean to get into the weeds on those. The reason I talk about video game stuff, not Twitch stuff, is because I know a lot of the legal processes when it comes to the video game side of things. Soviet says copyright trolls are a great example to base a fictional villain around. Oh yeah. Now, could companies like YouTube do better against the trolling rather than licensed? Rather than, you know, big licensed. Sorry. I know where I want to go with that sentence, but the tracks that I had built to get us to where we were going, much like a Donkey Kong minecart craft, were broken and just not ready. So let me bring that back. YouTube and big entities could stand to do a lot more to protect creators from copyright trolls and people who have very, very loose or no ties at all to the things they are claiming DMCA on. I feel that since YouTube moved its focus away from gaming and onto, you know, clips, sports, TV shows, those kinds of things, they haven't really cared too much. Like the death of YouTube gaming has been kind of sad because they, for a while, they're friends. For a while, YouTube was doing so good. I miss that golden age YouTube, but can't go back. Oh, Clank says, don't apologize if you talk about interesting things. All right, well, I won't apologize, but you have to tell me if you're like, Will, stop with the jib jabber. Ark saying, again, as long as you can't prove in court that Nintendo knows, they can turn a blind eye. So don't put the spotlight on fan use or fair use. Yes. Do not force the hand of large companies to pay attention. Now, what was interesting is back when Lucas owned Star Wars wholesale, they actually had an interesting method for allowing fan films of Star Wars, which I thought was real cool. I don't know if that's still in effect now that Disney owns Star Wars. I have to check on that one.
I pity the fool that don't like jibber jabber.
You know, Bacon Avenger? Sorry, thank you for the 200 bits. There's something about hearing a Welsh text-to-speak say that just nails it. Hey, Tanari, it's possible that I could stop waffling. Alright, so I know what we've got to do. Oh, we've got to show the thing. Then grab the thing. Heavy key. Grab this. Peace out, troll! Eat my Viking butt! Now we don't have to fight the Viking troll. Oh, my knees. Oh, my knees. Ark of the Conclave says Star Trek has a list of rules that you have to follow in your fan production. So that's cool. Now, that only pertains to users creating works, creating fan works. So things that don't make cash. So it's possible Nintendo could do something like that for like fan derivative works, but those would strictly have to be non-profit. And also, Nintendo's entire business model is based around like a carefully maintained and guarded IP. So acknowledged fan creations would be very difficult for them. Sorry says, hey, it's a lovely accent. Oh no, the Welsh accent is a good accent. It's just, you know, if the great gold-chained gentleman, Mr. Tiberius, had a strong Welsh accent, the A-Team would be a very different show. I think we can agree on that. That's Mr. T's name, is Tiberius. Not a lot of people know that. Alright. Now we can use that heavy key. Yes, the bloody heck out of here. Woohoo! Viking escape away! Oh. Look. Snuff out torch. See? Friend not food. Friend not food. Boss Hunter says, what would you think of Twitch YouTube system for streamers to license the right to stream games, use emotes, etc. for profit? It seems to be easier to install. It's more time to maintain than anything else, but what a lot of games have done in the past is what's called a blanket license, at least for streaming and content creation, where the game creators will just be like, nah, you can stream our games, it's fine. Here's a legal piece of paper that says you can stream this. And if anyone tries to counter-troll you and say you can't, you can tell them to go feck themselves. The problem is when it comes to music, because music's a mess. Music is a fecking mess. And music licensing is just a quagmire of nonsense. Now, I've had to deal with this from game side. Oh, and Jaggy Snake, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I have always loved the games industry. I love talking about it. I love talking about how it works. I was a community manager, then a communications director. Well, QA, CM director was kind of my path. So I've gotten to see a lot of different spheres of the industry, and I love talking about it. I was that guy to avoid in the office, because if you got trapped with me in the kitchen, I was going to talk your bloody ear off. Now I get to do it with you lot. Oh, and whoever that was that picked up a game in a humble store, you're a feckin' legend, thank you. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling up the pint glass, I should have said that sooner. I love talking about all of this. And if any of my knowledge can still help people, then feckin' yo. You know, my games industry knowledge is only going to get more and more out of date as each year passes, so... You know, I'm doing my best. But yeah, what was interesting was working on a title that had a soundtrack that was being published by a music company. And we were getting problems where content creators were getting a copyright strike. Well, no, a copyright notice, I should say. Copyright strike is a contested one, and that's a different matter. But they were getting a strike from the company that published the physical version of the soundtrack, of which they had the rights to do so, which they had licensed from us. But it meant that people that had a license to stream the game might have then gotten music claims from the people that had the licensed ownership of that soundtrack. And that doesn't even come into consideration where what if you have licensed music in the game? So if we license fecking Goldfinger in our video game with a bunch of red balloons, we haven't got a license for additional users to then broadcast that song, as they're like levels of disambiguation. We've only licensed the game to be in the song to be in the game, to be in the song. Yeah, that's the other secret. If played backwards, 99 Red Balloons by Goldfinger is actually workable machine code. Not a lot of people know that. Yeah, it's sad that Spotify hasn't been a better tool for helping free artists from the music industry, but it is getting better. You know, it is possible to make a living on Bandcamp, SoundCloud, and other places. Anyway, I think I'm gonna have to fight these guys, so prepare to watch me get my ass kicked a bunch of times. Hey, you killed your mate. Good work there. Good work there, dingus. Damn it! He came in with us this overhead slam that knocked my sword out of my hands. Gotta love a challenge. Yeah, sorry, here's me getting into all the complicated nonsense. It's also... Okay, Bossano, go get some food, friend. I hope you've enjoyed the banter and the hangouts. I'm gonna have a couple of wasabi almonds. The discernible The discernible snack for the Viking gentleman was what I was trying to say. And all those words seem to get trapped in the door, trying to get through. Burial's saying you only have a license to stream the game backwards. How are you doing? Okay. And Asari, go get some sleep, friend. Sleep well. I'm going to try and be a Viking. Alright. Monster! I had it there. I was in the rhythm. I was in the rhythm. And then I lost the rhythm. So, Varials, speaking of video games and the independent video game life, how are you doing, friend? And to Luke, Watto, coming in, coming in. I was talking everybody's ear off about video game music licensing and legal precedent and all that nonsense. Oh, I don't have my dagger anymore. Super dead. Oh, Varial says they're doing good. Actually listening to a music license talk while working on games. Yo. So Luke, video game licensing is very, very different to movies. Not mainly because a larger portion of what we do at the moment... Oh, I am the talk. Well played, Varials, well played. Well, wait, what do you mean mix us up and turn it back on you? Friends, there is a game on Steam that you utterly deserve. It is called The Void Rains Upon Her Heart, and it is a blend of, like, classic bullet hell experiences and Slay the Spire style roguelike elements, but with an overarching narrative that is about expressing love in an attempt to defeat one's demons. That is the game that Varials has made. Well, and is still developing. But you can pick it up on Steam at the moment, and it is very, very good. Ha! Varials, see what I did there? Boosh! I turned it back around! Didn't see that, did you? But Luke, I'm glad you asked. Now, licensing has changed a fair bit since I worked in the film industry, so please don't take any of this knowledge as gospel. I worked in post-production where it was more common to discuss licensing and elements like that. Oh, caffeine. Thank you kindly. Oh yeah. Varial says I'm now allowed to stream the game forward as well. Varials. Yeah, lecture it works. With movies, where and who you are broadcasting to is a larger portion of the agreement. One of the reasons why Sky and cable television did so well was actually an interesting little loophole in the mid to late 90s, where a lot of TV and movie licensing was based on how many times it was broadcast on television. Now, this isn't the exact legal wording, but the hook was that because Sky and cable wasn't classified in the same way as broadcast television, that a lot of the cable and Sky channel networks worked out that they could broadcast the same shows multiple times and only have to pay for it once, which is why a lot of the rerun channels exist, or used to exist. I haven't watched telly in 1,000 years. When it comes to cinema, when it comes to online television, those are each different licensing agreements. You know how like Netflix will only have a show on there for for X amount of time? That's because the licensing agreement from whoever the rights holders are is in certain territories for a certain length of time. Oh yeah, regions and territories play the biggest part when it comes to movie and television licensing, which is why region locking, even when it comes to streamed media, is such a big deal. With video games, because it's an experienced medium, in the sense that you can't just pop it up and have people pay attention to it or not at their content. The user has to have an active participation. It makes it a lot harder to just show it. Video game licensing has grown up as online media has. Video games are at the forefront of YouTube's kind of like rise to power. It's the whole reason we have Twitch.television. And a lot of it has happened in this legal grey area. See, a lot of the time, most streamers aren't legally meant to be streaming the content that they are. The legal precedent... Sorry, the letter of the law, I should say. The letter of the law. Let's take this game, for example. I have not acquired a licensing agreement from Two Ton Studios to stream this game for you. Now, I have spoken to the people or people representing them, and we have spoken to them in chat today. So we could legally make a case that they have approved of our streaming of it. But we don't have a written thing that says, yes, you may stream this video game. And most, if not most, games and Twitch channels operate in that manner. A precedent has been set. That's why I didn't want to use the term legal precedence, because I don't have the legal right to stream this game, but I could make a case that I have the legal precedence. Shit. This is the point where I need... One, I am not a lawyer, I am not a legally trained individual, and you should not be taking legal advice from me. This is all theory crafting from a non-professional. Also, I forgot where I left my bone dagger. With movies, there's no grey area. If I sat here and streamed a movie, like, I am very much breaking copyright if I'm doing it without a licensing and agreement. And I would probably be very fined. If it was egregious enough, or if the rights holders took umbrage with enough, they could probably press for like larger fines or even jail time. The Graphite, I think you're right. More legalese should involve a bone dagger. I only know a couple of practicing lawyers, and their bone daggers are not to be trifled with. But yeah, in the past, people attempting to broadcast movies of their own volition, people attempting to stream them online without an agreement, like that has been set as illegal. Because Soviet's saying, isn't that more where the free advertising comes from? Game companies haven't seen as much of a downside from people streaming it as they've seen an uptick in it. You could say yes, free advertising is a part of it, but I think it's more of a symbiosis. Content creation shows elements of the game which would otherwise be missed, and has led to, you know, hype train marketing style not being the only way to see a game's success. You still have to sell your game. You still have to tell people. Good games do not sell themselves. Do not let anyone ever tell you that. That's the quickest way to die. But there are other ways of showing games. I am a content creator. I am not a PR agency. I am not a marketing agency. I'm under no professional obligation to tell you any falsehoods about this game. My goal is not to get you to buy it, but share an experience with you. However, there are moments of this game that you as a user might not have seen before hanging out here that may inspire you to purchase. So, my streaming of this title doesn't do anything to the detriment. Now, that's not the true for every single video game, but it does happen more often than not. So that's why game companies haven't been so brutal on it, because it has benefited titles more than harmed them. If you watch a streamed movie on a shifty, like, YouTube knockoff site, you do not need to pay to watch that movie. You've seen it in its entirety. So, both the legal and the shamanistic methods behind it make a kind of sense. Though I do want to take a moment to say, firstly, Baron Sheep, what ho again. Secondly, the guy who pretended to play an MMA match on Twitch, I just want to give that person a great big shout out. Oh, and Varials is just adding that they can say at least half of their sales are as a direct result of streamers or YouTube videos. Yeah, like, Varials, and I don't mean any of this to sound mean-spirited, but like, your title is complex. It's not just a bullet hell. It's not just a narrative experience, and it's not just a roguelike. It's kind of a blend of the three. And not every one of us can have like the back catalogue of like supergiant games behind us for something like Hades. Because, like, friends, if Hades was a title produced by a third-party indie, and it's like, it's a roguelike, but it's also a narrative game, but it's also not, but it is? Like, it's difficult to make a quick elevator pitch with titles like that. But with content creation, people get to see the raw experience and its impact rather than its intent. If PR is intent, then content creation is impact. How does this make me feel? How does this experience go? What have I taken away from this? As opposed to, buy the toys! Alright, now I'm going to beat the shit out of a bunch of trolls to offset Baron's going to the liquor store for beer. Come on. Oh, fuck! Apparently he wants to do this by stabbing me in the neck. Baron says he thinks he's going to nip down to the liquor store and get some beer. Taking recommendations. Hector's like, I recommend pouring the beer directly into my mouth. I mean, Baron, you got a good nearby hop shop, so you are kind of spoiled for choice. Just wish I'd kept me dagger. Alright, come on, let's do this. You wanna play me? You wanna play this fucking ghoul? I'll fucking ghoul. I'll fucking wreck his shit. The only time
now's a charm. Here we go. God darn it! So jumping about, Salen says definitely skip the Hellbrew Elysium, trying to pass off as seasonal. Oh man, this is like when Elysium said they were going to do a glitter beer that contained no glitter. Soviet says, why do all the enemies' last life seem hard to kill? Oh, well, because they send in the squishy ones first, and that big guy seems to have like a two-handed attack where he can disarm me. Harmonious saying, as an aside, it's reassuring to hear that not all things pitch well, and perhaps as a... Okay, I'm not sure. That's a long word. Okay, or as another point, that not all things that pitch well are good. Yes. Some of the best pitches turn out to be trash games. And honestly, some of the better games just don't pitch good. Try pitching Factorio. So you're on an alien planet and you have to build a space rocket, but you have to build it out of everything ever, but there are also bug aliens that attack you because of pollution, because pollution is bad. But you have to start with coal and then you work up to uranium and then you build a giant, and then what are you pitching me here? See, with games, because not everything works neatly like an elevator pitch, sometimes you've got to just make it. You've got to get that vertical slice and be like, here is the video game. Oh, I'm a Vola? What-ho? What-ho to you? Oh yeah, Reeler was saying, guess the game. Factorio or RimWorld? Yeah. Also, a lot of the pitching in video games is reliant upon previous knowledge. Like, oh, this game is simple. It's this thing meets this thing. I mean, I was like, it's a bullet hell shooter meets Slay the Spire. And, you know, Mr. Publishing Microsoft, who barely knows what a Halo is like, yeah, you just what? Now, if I remember correctly, Varials, you've got a publisher though, right? Like, you're not doing it fully solo. I'm a Vols. I just watched another person playing this. Had absolutely no clue. I mean, did they have the Amulet of Cool? Yeah, I got the Amulet of Cool. Did they? Bet they did. Crap. Alright, I've got the Amulet of Cool, but I was not paying enough attention there. RimWorld. It's Dwarf Fortress, but more accessible. Excuse me, what's a fortress made of dwarves look like? Oh god. It is one of those things where also the cultural touchstones of pitching games is sometimes quite difficult. I can't go into which project it was or who is involved, but I once watched someone pitch a very multicultural title to 4 like 50-something white guys, and the pitch was very much about how other cultures might experience, you know, future cities. And all of these people look like, I don't know, they look like 4 Nathan Drake impersonators that got old and squishy. You know what I mean? Okay, well, Baron, we'll see you in a sec. But you will have to let us know what beers you get. You're now legally obliged to tell us. Lecter says that sounds cool. I mean, you feckin' love it. I'll tell you on the quiet what the project is and what it morphed into. So the heart and soul of that project's not dead. Oh, so you know what? There's a great example. Euro Truck Simulator. What is it? Well, you drive a truck around Europe. Okay, but what else do you do? Oh crap! Why am I? Okay. So Clank, I don't know if you've still got time to do the Handbraker Gin stuff.
I'm putting it on the list. Alright, Handbraker Gin. It's coming. Not the actual brewing process, but at least just the faux label. Oh, Katros, go get some sleeps, friend. Clank's like, am I finally getting some feedback? Yes. I keep forgetting. Yeah, Rilu with Slime Rancher. Alright, pitch me Slime Rancher. You breed slimes, and it's cute. Ooblets. What if vegetables could dance, but fighty? Okay, hi, yeah, we've reviewed your game pitch here for, what's this called? Metal Gear Solid. It appears to just be a picture of Kurt Russell with a heart round it and lots of kissy noises. Alright, now I'm just being sarcastic. Crypto the Necro Dancer. It's Rhythm Dungeon fight game. Varial says it must be so easy for any game that has a dog you can pet. But Varials, remember at that time before Can You Pet the Dog Twitter? People didn't understand that you could just pet the dog. Having puppies like actually, no, that seems pretty accurate for pitching Metal Gear Solid. I still don't know why for MGS5 they didn't just get Kurt Russell. They got bloody Mr. 24 being a boring monosyllabic tub of mayonnaise. I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter! Look, I'm not bitter. No, pick up the sword, dingus! Super dead. Dustin says Metal Gear Solid implies the existence of Metal Gear Liquid, Gas, and Plasma. It did crack me up. One of the Journo friends being, is there any, are there any video game names dumber than Metal Gear Solid and, was it Solid Snake and Liquid Snake? And everyone who played Metal Gear Solid 2 is like, wait till you get to this guy. Oh my god, okay, you know what, Nom Nom, Death Stranding is the perfect example of, like, the unpitchable game. The world has ended due to spooky ghosts. You deliver pizzas because reasons. Also, you have a baby in a jar. Now, the thing to take away from this, friends, is that prototyping and vertical slices are very powerful. See, the thing is, none of us here are going to be Kojima. Kojima got so lucky in terms of where he was at what time when he was doing creative works. Now, I'm not saying he didn't work hard, and I'm not saying that he is some kind of alter genius, but he was at early Konami when it was being very creative and being very outward going, had a lot of money coming in. Then, as Konami started on the downturn, like, Kojima's career kept going up to the point where his market value rose above, you know, Konami's brand. Oh god, this was a hard one to talk about. But because of the sheer amount of success he'd shown on every title he'd put out, he was given basically a carte blanche. Sony would have paid almost any amount of money to have Death Stranding if all they knew was the name, even before he had feckin' Norman Reedus and a bunch of Hollywood names attached to it. Now, Hollywood names don't sell games, but they make publishers feel warm and fuzzy. They make PR people feel real, real good. So, if you go to Mr. Sony and you're like, I want to make a game, and Norman Reedus is the lead character, they're going to be like, huh, alright, tell me more. See, from that point, you've already gained enough. I need to work out a currency that when it comes to concepts, we'll call them, I don't know. I hate that my brain went, do you want to call them V-Bucks for irony? And I'm like, fuck off, brain. No. But the amount of capital that you have, either based on your previous success, the concept, or your vertical slice, assures how much fiscal you can get back. Oh, actually, and Rilu, I don't know if it was related to the conversation, but you brought up Lollipop Chainsaw, which was like, what was that? That was Suda and James Gunn before he was huge again. Jaggy's controversial opinion, I like Siphon Filter more than MGS. Siphon Filter was a superior game in terms of gameplay across the board. I felt that the Siphon Filter team got an unfair amount of pressure put on them to produce titles very quickly, and they never got the chance to have Kojima's wait time. Like the time between Siphon Filter 1 and 2, and the time between Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2. Like, if the Siphon Filter team had had those same resources, imagine what they would have done. Hey, and Boss Anna, welcome back. We're talking about, like, the currency of concepts, essentially. Creative capital, let's go with that, Clank. That's a good term. The more of that you have when you're pitching, the more that you can just get away with. Boss Anna's like how much ideas are worth, more like how much you can get away with when pitching and creating. Because we were saying earlier that a good pitch doesn't make for a good game. Also, controversially, there are great games that exist and have done gangbusters that pitch like shite. Like RimWorld earlier. I mean, Rilu was joking saying, what if Dwarf Fortress but easier? But if you take the Dwarf Fortress conversation, it's like, so, RimWorld. You have a colony of people on a planet, and they all die horribly. And the publisher's being like, is this like a god sim? Well, not really. Alright, is this a management game? Sorta. And how do you win? Well, you don't. Everyone dies horribly at the end. But by being able to create RimWorld on a small budget before it became the huge force that it was, yeah. It's like, wait, yeah, try and pitch a post-apocalyptic pizza. Oh wait, Kojima did. Whoa, that's why I was going into the Kojima conversation they have at Puppy, was that Kojima got away with it based on his track record, the amount of money all of his games have made, and the fact that he is a named character with Hollywood names attached. Like, he basically could have asked for anything. That's why when they were still, they only talked about the game engine, but I 100% believe that, you know, when Kojima was going around all the different studios and meeting everybody and being like, oh, what engine should we use for our new game? I will bet an entire pizza he was shopping around during those times for publishers and investment. And I do not think that he was short on offers. Now, how does this apply to us? How does this apply to us who are not, you know, industry beloved, named creatives with 5 to 10 successful titles in our back pocket? Yo, vertical slice, proof of concept demo, you know, like with Spelunky, how it was a free game out on the internet before. Like, getting it out there and getting as much behind you as possible. Oh, and yeah, Varials, as a side, that is a very good point. Kojima has made it easier to pitch games like Death Stranding, because Death Stranding is very successful. Publishers understand a shit ton of money. And Nom Nom, like, wanting to help out on other people's game projects is cool. I don't know how it'll work legally for someone like Yahtzee if he's making money off the dev blogs for creating it, he might not be able to take your stuff because he might not be able to verify that you did it, and he might not be able to pay you. And if his game went to production and was sold on Steam with your assets in it, but he hadn't paid you, you'd have the legal right to be like, oi, I want 10%. Oi, I want 50%. Dependent on how much of a case you can make that your game influenced. Do you know what I mean? So it's not arrogant to want to help, and it's also, it's not a comment on your art if he doesn't write back. I think is what I'm saying. That didn't work. It did not work. Alright, let's make it do this. Oh crap, I did not do it. I talked all your ears off for like 20 minutes and then got my ass kicked by a couple of demons. Alright, should we give that one a go? Dustin's like, this has been the Legally Smackdown with Will, sponsored by Handbreaker Gin. Clank's like, wait, the Kojima pie? When did we start baking Kojima for supper? Well, Fiona's had him in to marinate for most of the morning. What did you think the thing was in the dish earlier? Kojima pieces. Boss is like, are you still dying the ones I left on? I don't think so. I don't think I've been that bad. I need to get my focus on. The combat system is very, very clearly telegraphed, and I just keep getting distracted. Havoc's like, you'd probably be down for that. You played his games. I hear he's a nightmare to work with. Like, I don't know anybody that knows him personally, but I know people who have worked with him, and he takes an active role in every facet of development, which also means he micromanages his team up the wazoo. And that's not fun, let me tell you. The best kind of projects are when you have skilled people, you have creative people in skilled roles, and they are given both the creative clarity of vision of the game, but also the freedom to articulate. That's how we get it done! Thank you. My Viking character will be signing autographs this week. Dark Side Scrolls. What you did there, I saw it. Oh yeah, and Jaggy, these enemies are intelligent, or at least they have the feeling of. One of the things you can do in this is if you're smart enough, you can feign, but I'm never good at that kind of combat. Rilu's like, wait, you mean people don't like having every aspect of second of their day managed by someone else? I'd never! Yeah, I know. Baron Sheep, Watto. Now, what beer did you get? That is the important question. I'm currently off the beer at the moment, because my last session on beer, I had the bloats for like 2 days. I just felt like a gaseous mess. Alright, nothing spooky here. Oh, Baron's got 2 beers. Okay. Oh, come on! The game teaching us not to be so blasé. Oh, you piece of shit. No. Don't do this to me. Soviet says there seems to be a lot of too soon meme posts regarding a certain level of detail involving Lego sets. I'm a Vola. Let's have a spot of class. Torn asunder by giant oversized fraggles is a much better turn of phrase. No, we're not playing bloody Soho hunting anymore. Boss Anna, I was trying to find Soho in Watch Dogs Legions yesterday, and I couldn't find it. Now, May was saying that technically Soho Square is in Watch Dogs Legion, but like, Carnaby Street's not. So. So the interesting thing is that this is a game about Vikings, and yet the focus of the combat is very methodical. It asks you to stop, watch your opponents, see what they're doing. And I think that's very impressive. A lot of similar titles don't have the same kind of nuance. Boss Anna's like, I don't know what Soho is. Sounds like a parody of Han Solo. Bass solo. Drum solo. Han Solo. That's a joke I stole from Richard Cheese. No! No, you piece of shit! Bullshit! Fucking... No. Yeah, I'll get you to kill each other. Vanderby says there's a Star Wars Old Republic character named Van Solo. Oh, and to Havoc and Armavola, you can also craft another torch. Stabbed by your dad. Alright. Come on, Gangly, let's do this. Crap sticks. Come on, Gangly. Let's frickin' go! Oh yeah, no, and that's a good point, Armavola. If you have the stuff to remake your torch, then you're fine. If not, then, well, see you in Valhalla, but in the dark. Dark Halla. Dark Halla? Oh yeah, Boss Anna, I'm gonna be a great swords fighter after I fall into the abyss 2,000 million times! Oh yeah, and Havoc, you are correct. The F-bombs from yesterday. If anyone has the link to Champagne Supernova Wanker, it's fine. The snow has broken my fall.
Oh, I can craft a bone dagger. Wait, how much have I got? Shit. Alright, no dagger for Will, because I'm getting better armor. Maybe I can make a dagger later. Oh, Vanderby said, did anyone clip the Nan? Which one? Because Nan cleavage got clipped. But I don't know if anyone clipped the Nan violence. Well, then, Nom Nom, if you're not talking about the Soho thing from yesterday, then I don't know what the fuck it is. I'm doing my best here. If someone has said something in chat or pointed something out and I have missed it, then I am sorry. But I'm just one person. You're gonna have to tell me. Like, there's only I cannot. Okie dokie. Alrighty. So how are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Oh, it is loud out here. Turn the, basically, Baron, Nom Nom Fighter laid it on too thick, so it looks like there's another Memnal thing afoot. So whatever the thing is for Memnal, I haven't found it yet, because I didn't click it until Nom Nom turned the dial up to 1,000. And I didn't twig it, but yeah. So I'm not gonna have a hunt for it now, but yeah. I will. Whatever it is, I will find it. Oh yeah. I think I put him in the book. What day is it today? Is it Wednesday? Yeah. I need to finalize Emberlyn Burns's character either today or tomorrow, and then I'll write in the new ones. He's like, if you find it, do tell us. I will.
I'm immediately going to check my... Oh, yeah.
Found it. It was under the... I was like, I'll just check under the keyboard to see if it is. Found it. You're gonna get subtle. You're gonna get subtle. Sauce. Oh, damn it. Guess was like, come on. No one looks under their keyboard, I mean... Sorry, I keep feeling like I'm waiting for loading screens. But it's not. It's an indoor environment. God damn it! Saki said, Pact the Tome is winning with 7, followed by Pact the Chain and then Pact the Sword. Wait, which one was Chain? Tome is more spells, right? And then 3 is... I forget what Chain is. Oh, and Boss Anna, so for Memnol, our kind of our group D&D game, if I haven't pitched that to you, let me know and I will give you the usual reasonings. Well, so Boss Anna, we managed to level our Warlock 2 levels. So that means we get to choose like some new spells and a pact. The fuck? Bastards like stab. All right, stab again. Blocking? What even is it? It's a concept. fuck out of this guy. So yeah, we're trying to decide on what we're doing with our character. Oh yes, and Kisa, that is a very good point. If you want to add some D&D characters to the world of Memnol, the NPC submission form is still open. Oh yeah, and Boss and the whole thing is streamed in front of a live studio audience. Die in a fire. I shall wear everything that you are made of. Okay, and we get a lovely little... Ooh, okay. So no wounds, improve armor, craft bone bracers. Wait, do those break off? Do the armor pieces break off? So we get a little happy scene here. Oh, Baron saying, please add characters. I'm so bad at naming things. No, you're not. There's some great named characters. Oh, look, we got a dag. I didn't know we had a dag. Oh, and Boss Anna, so the first season of Memnol is a different character, different systems. They're all self-contained. The first one was a Stars Without Number campaign, starring the self-titled Thick McRunfast, and there is a podcast available for it, which is edited by the wonderful Neighborhood Lucifer. But yeah, this is the season's a standalone. So Dill's saying we have a lot of stuff yet to decide. Saturday, people should start suggesting spells. Well, the spell lists and things I will take recommendations on. But I was asking earlier what the top 3 pacts seem to be: tome, chain, and sword. Now, sword is the magical weapon one, and we already have a magic weapon. We already have the axe given to us by the Queen of Embers. And having another more magica weapon feels like doing her a diss. I think we... Okay, Nom Nom, have a wonderful rest of your evening. I think we lose the armor as we go through. Okay, so Keith, yes, tome is winning. Let's give people some context. What is tome? What is chain? What is sword? We're most likely... Let's take sword off the table. That's not going to happen. So, what is the difference between tome and chain? As there's only a vote between them. Oh yeah, and Miyagi Sakura, the art style to this game is utterly gorgeous. There are the most subtle of visual effects on it as well, which give it a lot of its kind of identity and depth. Herbs. Okay. Up job. So boss and a chain is you get find familiar, but can choose like sprites and pseudo dragons. We've already got Hex. I'm not replacing Hex with some. Right, anyway. Oh. Oh goody. Boy, I sure can't wait to die in the snow. I'm a Vola says, have you played Arise by any chance? Are we talking about the? Wait, no. I'll have to look it up. I'm sure I know it. Operation Multitasking! Oh, yes. I know the title you mean. Sorry, I had to think about it for a second there. I mean, yes, it's Tales of Arise, not just Arise. Iron Helm, nice! Stop me getting my ass kicked quite so much. Just need a crap load of sticks. Okay, so no, I meant Arise, a simple story. Okay. I feel like the conversation we had earlier about games literacy and shared knowledge comes first and foremost to mind. So what I'm seeing is like we already have Hex. We don't want to replace Hex, and I don't see we have a need for a familiar. So that makes us a nice, easy choice for picking. Alright, let me kick this guy's ass. Crap sticks. So that means we're taking up the tome. So what does the tome give us? Fuck. Okay, so Boss Hunter says it gives us 3 cantrips from any class. Ooh. Now that's flavorful. Fuck! ass kicked here. Baron, thank you for shooting a message over. I'm sorry, we know. Fuck! Yeah, Jagbear. Pointy pokey stick is giving us a lot of trouble. Oh, boss is adding that, so, Pack the Tome also lets unlock some evocation. Lets you take a ritual spells too, so you can cool caster things. Okay. I'm gonna look to that. We're back to the Sekiro dance once more. There's a rhythm to it. Oh, Dill says you can also learn any other rituals if you find the scroll, or the like if you have levels. Interesting, interesting. All right, so we're going with the tome. So this means that on top of... So this means on top of the new spells we get at level 2 and level 3, we get 3 cantrips of our choice and an evocation. Yeah, it's so Tome is a go because it fits with Emberlin, and it lets us do more shenanigans, and we get to add more things to the actual book of spells. Which, Boss Anna, if you haven't seen it, there's an actual spell book. We are not going to survive this. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can make it back to the. Let's see if we can make it back to the bonfire and repair our wounds before we bleed the hell out. Yeah, Kisa, like, they've never really been pet dad. They're not like being around being like, oh, look at all the cute animals. Like, they literally keep 2 dead snakes. The feckin'. Okay, repair armor. Improve armor. Not enough sticks. Alright. So, I guess we must have won one of the earlier fights, then died before rebuilding it. Sorry, Boss Anna, the thing I was trying to tell you, yeah, when we started this campaign, Baron had an actual box with us. Like an actual setup of, tome, like, bag of actual coins for in-game props and money. Little teeny tiny emblem character, which looks very cool. And the book that we have with all our spells and messages in also has space for more as it expands, which is feckin' rad. Definitely just sticks we're lacking on. Alright, but we can craft another bone dagger. Oh, and Kisa, I have the necklace, so it will be unveiled properly once the next episode of Memnal goes down. And Dill, yeah, some recommendations would be lovely. The only reason I go a little bit executive when it comes to characters is I'm personally very against the kind of the. I've met a lot of people that see. How to phrase it? I don't like min-maxing. I don't think it is how I like playing, and I find that often characters who are generalists or characters who are just generally crap at things are just so much more fun to play. I think there's a genuine value in characters that aren't good at everything ever. But that makes a weird sense. And like I appreciate the humor in how some people deconstruct the rules of D&D. Like the whole, if you have a gnome and you take, is it like gnome plus shrink and mage hand, that you can basically create yourself like a hover disc. Like I think things like that are humorous, but they very rarely add to the experience, you know what I mean? Oh, this guy looks like he perfectly wrecks this. Ha! Got you, mate. Oh, you piece of shit. Drop my sword and I'm bleeding. That's the end for Zombie Shakespeare. Kisa says, I'm already looking at cantrips myself and I want to pick what fits Emblem. Yes! Oh, Baron says BRB, Whisperer's being a dick. Oh wait, did you mean... Oh yes, the cat. I was like... Have minimized the rules to maximize the fun! Also, I like the fact that the first guy will dodge, and the second guy gets it in the fucking face. Oh, and kill me in one hit, the back of the head. Friends, will you excuse me just a second? I think stuff and things just arrived. I'll be 2 seconds. Sorry about that, friends, and me rushing off. There's hopefully a Christmas present of somebody's coming. Actually, if you bear with me just 2 seconds. Apologies for the sudden interruption of quiet. It's wet. Okay, not the thing I was looking for, but that is very strange. Friends, I need you to bear with me for just a second longer. Huh. That is very strange. Okay, we're back. Sorry for the weirdness. Furious typing sounds! Alright, back to game. Sorry about that. Okay. Alright, so the dagger's still fun here, as it goes. Oh wait, how did that hit him and not me? Ow! Enough with the beach balls of death! Quieter! Shenanigans! That's another death. It would be handy, Amavolo, if you could pick up the weapons of others, especially if you get disarmed, being able to kind of like roll in and pick up. But let's try that again. Let's try that again with feelings. And I know we said this a lot earlier on in the show, but it's yeah, it got me good there. I managed to get his mate, like, down to now. Dude, why did you throw that? Put the bloody knife back. Why are you throwing it over that way? Fuck, dead. Oh yeah, the cast in the background looks feckin' rad. And the thing that this is bringing forth, there's so little time between death and trying again, that while it does feel at first like this game is very punishing, it really isn't. nice. Thank you. I'll be taking my knives back now. That's how we get it done. Also, the satisfaction of getting this. Like, it just, when it all comes together, like the ricochets, the stabs, the parries, it makes you feel so good. And, I mean, Catfish was joking about, like, this is Groundhog Day a la Ice Age, but because you feel how many different ways that you could fail these small little, like, micro challenges and when you power through them, the weight as you move through each challenge is what carries you through. The impact of this journey is knowing just how feckin' difficult any one section is.
Soviet saying, taking a quick look at the score on Steam and GOG, Cyberpunk has very positive at 83% on Steam, and 3.4. CD Projekt Red's parent company owns GOG, so that is interesting.
Also, for a title which apparently takes 3 to 4 hours before you reach the title screen, how anyone can have a cohesive review of that title is beyond me. But the user review system in a lot of video game sites is... Sorry, I've had this argument with a lot of people because I don't really have a solution, but a lot of user reviews on titles don't tend to give you a real good snapshot of the quality of the title, and a lot of people use Steam more as a bug reporting system than as a review system. Oh yeah, and Baron, you're right. Some people did get early access. I think it was like the content creators and friends and family, I think was last night. Because journos have had it for like a week and change. Ah, fuck. That's a bad noise. Oh, piss off! Come back here and fight, dear! Don't leave me to handle all of this shit. Brain Zoo's like, did you find Soho? No, did not find Soho. I've been informed. Oh, this is gonna be bad. I've been informed that you can get to Brewer Street and you can get to Soho Square, but not actually. All right, well, Krampus is getting a. Oh wait, no, we've got the. Yeah, we could. Later, Krampus. Hey, you go your way, I'll go mine. Sorry I flashed you the weird stuff. Oh. Eyes of a hawk, brain of a dingus. Fuck! Well, Vanderbeest, I thought he was going to beat me to death with a bloody deer and all. Also, one of the things that is very authentic about this, slightly frustrating, but works. If you are holding something and you commando roll into a wall, you drop the thing that you are holding because you've just concussed yourself on a stone wall. Yeah, I'll level with you, Baron Ransack. This reboot of Brave Star does not slap. My fella's like, this is a lot like Another World. You are exceedingly right. Just gotta do a fucking blind jump. Some sticks. We're slowly building ourselves more and more armor. This is good. And, like, if we can explore, maybe find some other lost Vikings. No reference intended. We can get ourselves some goodies. Slowed. No, I don't think our little Viking is going to make it. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. So you don't end up in a death loop. If you're bleeding to death, it won't auto-save. Which I'm very grateful for. Oh, fuck sticks. Turns out that was not the way to go. Sorry, Brain Zoo, how are you doing this evening? The game we're playing today is called Unto the End, and it is... I mean, friends, how best to describe this? It's very evocative of... It's very evocative of games like Inside and Another World. And it has this kind of quick refresh, very, very technically focused combat that's really enjoyable. Kill you later! You want to start swinging, or... You're just going to pretend it doesn't matter. Alright. And I'm back. Sorry, I didn't want to blow out anybody's eardrums there. Bear toads. Make quite a good mime, sir. Alright, I give it a bloody good go. Oh, I just got random sneezes. Aha! Okay. Quaint, like a little area to dodge roll through. J-Post, I think we're surviving. We're giving it a bloody good go. Though it is amazing how much of this world is simultaneously incredibly beautiful and utterly horrifying. No. did I lob my dagger down there? Oh, good work, Will. I'll make another one soon. Yeah, come on. I use some bloody payback and all. Shit. You must be the dickhead in charge. Where's my lever? Oh, piece of bad word. Alright, you wanna go? Let's bloody go. That did not go as planned. Pretty sure there's a plan somewhere, Kestrel. And Bacon Adventure, when you break their chain by blocking, they'll either, like, you either have to swipe them low or high, whichever place where there's an opening while they catch their breath, but it's not always the same spot. Alright, come on, mate. That time I guessed low, it was not low. And now I'm dead. And yet, Neoshido being able to brutalize one of these guys with a massive spiked club from earlier would probably even out my chances. Don't give me anything that time, you bad word. Alright, come on. Let's feckin' go. Feck! Yeah, quick, summon pigs and lightning! Oh, wait, wrong game. Feckin' hell, if I had Piggly, my mystical boar assistant from Rune 2. Heck, if I had any of my kit from Rune 2, this would be a much quicker fight. Alright, mate, let's feckin' go. Let's feckin' go! Get your block up, you numpty! Guess was like a plan somewhere. You looked under your keyboard. No, we already found it. Yeah. Alright, come on. Interesting. It does seem like if we pick up the torch before we raid the body, we don't get anything. Got it. Fuck it! Come on! kidding me? You... Fucking wee! Fucking wee! Boss Anna, so Will, when you're playing Getting Over It, Bennett Foddy, well, I have actually cleared that. In my little... in Will's... in Will's Video Game Achievie collection. Fuck! I do actually have that cleared. And I do think it's a good... I do genuinely think it's a good game. Alex was saying it's one of the first games you caught me playing. Oh. And Takuno, what, ho friend? How goes it? How goes it? Fucking rumble! See, I was trying to guess that he would fall down and have the low block, which he didn't. He had the high block. And that gets him a counter on me. The fighting in this is very simplistic, but very technical. Fuck! Dead. Takuno, I am doing wonderful. This game, while it is kicking my ass left, right, and center, it is very good. Here we go. This is definitely not it. He faked me out by going, If I make it out of here alive, I will raid that other guy's corpse. Oh, you piece of shit! Damn it! Oh, so Takuno, it's not rock, paper, scissors. You have high block, low block. High attack, low attack. So the idea, block at the right place, stab at the other place. It's, again, it's a very, very simple system. It's simpler than like Nidhogg and stuff like that. And it's definitely not, I'm a Vola, it's definitely not a QTE. Alright. Come on. Darn it! getting me with the counter. Yeah, it is definitely more like Punch-Out than it is your kind of your usual QTE battler. Just gotta remember I've got a little bit more time. Okay, I take it back. I have less time. I am just getting moderated. He's not getting stronger, I'm just being more and more of a dingus. Yes! Now you're alright. Drink the tonic. Feck had earned this, mate. Wait, why didn't that count? What? Sorry, I didn't get to pick up anything from him. Alright, so there's no point in improving armor because it just goes. Can't pick up anything from him. We can craft bone daggers, which is useful. So that's something. But yeah, it does appear as if like the crafting bone armor is pointless. But we're learning. We've got a lot of herbs, so that's good. Though for what we went through to get here, I feel like there should have been something, you know? Sorry, I sound like an embittered jerk, whatever. Fuck! And breathe, and on we go. Now I'm just at the point where I'm just committing, like, genocide. Feck these mountain goat monster gremlins. Feck these caves. I'm gonna leave a little note to my ancestors to run a bloody motorway through this. This place is gonna be like the Autobahn 2.0. Level this bloody mountain and put a bloody Woolworths in it. Oh no, so we do have to go the other way. Oh, good. Oh, they have it coming, Boss Anna. Bloody furblogs. I don't know who, but someone's getting stabbed. I've made extra daggers for stabbing. Okay. So before I got all stab happy, what were we chatting about, dear friends? I'll take a spot of leather. herbs. Yeah, it's herbs off a corpse. My favourite kind. Alright, let's fucking go. Oh, it's not. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were a piece of shit! Oh! It is not the game's fault. The game is excellent. I nearly let out a monstrous screech. Not unlike Screech from Saved by the Bell. Oh, I didn't realize you were going to be... Conversation, witty banter, pithy one-liners. These things may all continue after I've fucking ended these two. Fucking game! Well, see, Kestrel, this game isn't difficult per se, because it doesn't actually penalise me too hard for being a dingus. The amount of time between, like, death and retry is very, very short. It's just, I keep being a dingus. Miyaki's curious, does he need to axe a question? Oh, an axe would probably make this feckin' grand. Yeah, Neo should know. I got sniped out of the air. God, it reminds me so much of a game that I'm going completely blank on. It was like a Mega Drive style game where you played like a deity leaping around and kicking ass. But one of the hooks was that when you turned the game off, it did not save. Fuck. I feel like I had this down pat a second ago. Maybe I do need to throw that dagger, give us enough breathing room. Oh, I'm sorry, we're just not gonna... Feck! Are you right, Kisa? Taking a stop, taking a breath. And Mavola's like, you know, back in the day, there was a pinball game that would laugh every time you lost. How mad I got back then. God, feckin' the Space Table pinball game from Windows 95 is still like probably my happy place. up sideways. I keep forgetting to throw that dagger. That was worth a shot. Crap. I'm falling into the same pattern. I need to throw the dagger to give myself breathing room to deal with the first guy, let him kill his mate, and then move back and forward between him. I'm a Vola. Go get some sleeps, yo. I mean, if you can't sleep, I'll be here for a little while longer, but don't stay awake until the wee hours on my account. Any more of those? Fuck! I told you the definition of insanity. Okay. We can get through this. We can get past this. Fuck! It's getting real good there, though. Getting real good. And so, Neosho, you're not wrong that, like, when the Feck up cascade happens, you get punished a lot. But the battles look fecking awesome. I see, I made that. Fuck. I also do like that, because someone was saying this seems very Dark Souls. It isn't at all to play. It is. Trying to play this like Soulsian type stuff is a very difficult experience. The idea that you can't just roll away from your problems, but if you try and roll backwards and you're slow, the guy with the giant hammer is just going to be like, no. I feel it works well. Oh, cool. It did not go well. There's a rhythm to this fight that I'm not finding. But again, it's much closer to Nidhogg than it is to any of the Soulsian title. It doesn't play like Vigil or Salt and Sanctuary. It's very technical. See, Miyake was saying, with the sound effects, it sounds like you're fighting the orcs from Lord of the Rings. This is more accurate to what a bunch of hobbits fighting orcs would go down like, but just much quicker. least. Fuck! Scuffed that up and all. Dude, what the shit? We've got to beat this. Will, how was your Wednesday? It was fine! How was yours? Lightly falling snow, as Will rages his actual shit. Oh, you fucking kidding me?! Oh, and so Bacon Avenger, the overheaded strike, if you block it, it knocks you down and disarms you. So that one you want to roll through. Oh, you're wasting a half, aren't you? Good point. Any more? Fuck! Yeah, he does. You got any more spears? Block! Yeah, yep, that'll about do it. Block! So you're right. We can both do the jumping. If I can time it, I can get him to drop one of his spears. That could be fun. Not quite the exchange I was hoping for there. And yeah, Miyagi's the biggest challenge is avoiding the spear puts us in range of his other weapon. Like, this guy's not fecking around. That was not a worthy trade. However, again, because all of these little checkpoints are so carefully together, the amount of time we're spending faffing around before trying these fights again. In another game at this point, it probably would have been home time. Oh crap, I have to go for a jumping attack. Like that. Oh, come off it! Alex says, wait, only 3 spears. I guess he's not that experienced. Through your terrible jokes, I shall be fueled and powered! Alright. So the first one's down. It's alright. Bacon says, too bad you don't have kick attacks. I try aiming for a low blow. If you don't think that I'm going to mutilate the corpse after I win this battle, then... Oh boy! You've severely underestimated how petty I am! Alright, this Feck can kill me. Oh, you using bad words! Punch himself in face. Moose, thank you kindly for the 100 bits, yo. Sorry, I'm very much in the zone. I know I should stop, breathe, smell the snow, the crunch on the leaves, the flowers, but I just want to fucking kill somebody! Well, some orc, I should say. Life! Bacon, I might be able to pick up the spears, but I don't have enough time. The pull it out the spear animation is quite slow and arduous. And, damn it! Couldn't see him behind the tree there. Alright, we've got this. We've got this! So you're gonna kill your mate and give you like Hoppa-cha! And I'm gonna hit you with a dagger like Hoppa-cha! Then a quick cheeky knee stab. A Liam knee stab, if you will. See, I made that same mistake. My sword. Go on. Oh, he stabbed low like a jerk. We're doing this. We're doing this. Conversation, banter, witty chortles, the whole shebang. The whimsy of the longship can return once I've ended this feckin' orc man. Check your knees. Wait, do I have a spear? Yes! How do you like it? How do you like it? I put a spear in your nipple! Oh, and a notched bone. There we go. Yeah, Baron Ransack. He got the point. Oh, feckin' yes. Sorry, Graphite's like, and the Russian judges will give Will a 3 there. Little unfair, but that's just the Russians. Each notch marks a kill. Cool. I'm gonna eat leaves and get weird. Moose, is it nipple piercing if the hole comes out the back of their chest? Asking for a friend? It's a lot of blood and snow. Hey, if the chief there just wants to, like, you know, mourn their dead, I'm not a complete dickhole. Not a complete bad word. I will be checking your others though. Oh, I fall down in the snow. So I thought Bait Chief was pretty clever, because, like, we had a spear, it would have been real tempting to just buzz one across. You know what I mean? So, friends, before I got into that bizarre death loop of orcish battles, what were we chatting about? Because I've completely forgotten. I know we were talking earlier in the day about, like, legal precedents and all that kind of boring stuff. Job's done. Alright, so these peeps seem to like us. Yeah! Yo, I just got a Chivo for offering them some herbs. No, you don't want to see the bone? It's a really cool bone. Do you want to check out the bone? No? Alright. Well, if you need me, I'll be below. Oh, goody. The dark underground of death. Had so much luck down here. Although the scribes on the walls are very interesting. What in the bloody hell are you supposed to be? Yeah, I'm not sure if helping is supposed to have some impact, or I don't know what we're supposed to do with this person here. Off show.
Bone?
I mean, perhaps there was another item we're meant to offer this person, or are we just meant to do him just a straight up stab? I don't rightly know. Yeah, and I'm with you, Miyake's great. It feels a little rude to just give him a stab for just standing there and minding their own heckin' business. Like, they didn't do that. Now this guy. Now, did he want me to extinguish the light, I wonder? Show the bone? No? How about the crystal that makes the whole place glow? Oh, he just punched me in the dick! Okay, so the crystal was not a good gift. Okay. Alright, let's see if he still gets fighty if we don't. Oh, you're a joke. Okay. Okay, you know what, friends? We have hit well past the 6-hour mark, and while I'm not saying that we need to be done with this game forever, I think now is a good time to bring stuff to a close. Like, we have given this game a feckin' good innings, and I've had a feckin' glorious time with it. So yeah, I think that's a good place to leave it. But then I can pass you over to Fiona, so it's not like y'all are just stuck in the void with nowhere to go. Like, how does she see what Fiona's up to at the moment? Fiona's playing The Sims 4. All right, well now I'm intrigued. Though that was curious. Like, they seem to be against light. But then, what else were they doing there? God, it reminds me of all the interactions we had in the past with people... Wow. Okay, yeah, no, this game has taken me to the mental edge. Okay. Stop. Breathe. Hello. So, I do forget what it was we were chatting and bantering on. Where are my jams? Where are my smooth jams? There we go. But Feck enough, we haven't talked about a lot today. And it was nice being able to go into the weeds about licensing stuff with you lot. I also know there's a certain amount of... I don't know. Arrogance is the wrong word. Privilege, I guess, that I get to have a lot of these video game conversations with you lot. Because there's so much knowledge and understanding here. Like, half of you have survived the games industry, half of you are either knowledgeable enough about it or empathic enough to listen. And it means that a lot of these conversations, there's a little bit of a no duh kind of element to them. But it's such a wonderful... remedy's the wrong word again. It's such a wonderful counter to, like, the constant Twitter, "Nuh-uh, you think it's this, but it's actually not." Of both sides yelling at each other are complete ignoramus. Ignoramors? Not sure on the plural there, I'll have to get back to you. But... definitely been a lovely day. Friends, I hope you don't take my my frustrations as anything other than a glowing review of today's game. The amount of time we actually spent doing battle with varying challenges and otherwise really wasn't long. It gives us that sense of difficulty, that sense of the journey, but there's no part of that game that we can't overcome quickly. And it wouldn't have taken me as long to go through it if I wasn't, like, showing it to an audience. There's a simple rhythm and an understanding to it that's just grand. Well, Daydreamer, I'm glad my keen on it showed enough enthusiasm. Because Feck and yo. Feck and yo. I want this game to do well, and I genuinely hope you'll give this a go. Perhaps not now. I can understand there's a lot of things going on. But there's such a pure heart to this that's reminiscent of so many amazing classic games. And yet, with a lot of the pain points pulled out. But yeah. I'm personally looking forward to playing more of this. Whether or not we do it as a group thing is definitely worth discussing on Discord. Like, friends, whenever it comes to games that we do here stream-wise, if you want to see more of it, do let me know. Because I listen to you lot. Shocking, I know. I actually pay attention to all of your lovely selves. Oh, Plunge says they're sold on it. Well, I'm real glad. Oh, it's draining in a good way, if that makes sense. Hannah was saying they haven't been here long. Oh, sorry, Trill. They haven't been here long, but what they got to see was really neat. Oh, I'm glad. It's very much like a non-standard narrative story with a Nidhogg-like combat system, but really, really tight checkpoint systems, so you don't spend an eternity fecking around. Also, from looking at the store page, it seems there's a bunch of different ways to handle some of the situations. Like, I don't want to look at any more. And, yeah, Stooge, Cyberpunk is now live. It'll be... let's be honest, it's going to be commanding the entirety of the games industry narrative. Well, the games ecosystem narrative for the next Lord knows how many days. I don't know if I'm going to start it tonight or tomorrow on the weekend. If it's not better than Johnny Mnemonic narratively, I am going to rake it over the coals. But that's is my imperative. You know I am all about the appreciation of love of games as a medium. And at some point, we should have a conversation about how much the perception of a title, like marketing and sales, should affect us. But that's not a conversation for tonight, friends. That's a conversation where we pour ourselves a pot of coffee and go for it. Stooge says, I may supersede Legion tomorrow with it. Well, I'm not going to be streaming it until I'm sure of what the content is. Not just for the epilepsy warnings, but I'm a little worried about how the narrative is going to handle complicated topics. And I think a lot of their concepts are going to come from the old Cyberpunk rulebook and old Cyberpunk properties, of which there are not a lot. Not taking into consideration a lot of the nuances and things that have changed since then. Oh, wait, what? Takuno's got a cup of coffee already? Fuck! Damn it. One step ahead of me again. Been foiled! Baron's got beer. That's like 3 steps ahead. Yeah. Sorry. Don't let me or anyone else tell you how you should or should not enjoy your video games. If you're tearing into Cyberpunk tonight, I hope you have a great time. I hope you have no graphical issues or undiagnosed bouts of light-induced seizures. I jest, but I feel that showing it with people and experiencing it yourself are 2 very different ways to view the medium. So I'm not confident of doing it as a stream, but I've been kindly gifted it by one of you lovely Mother Hubbard, so I'm going to get to go through it. I'm not high enough on the totem pole for a fancy press copy, you know? Clank's like, a person like my video games, ice cold. Well, I think at this point, Stooge, you and I are observing the poll from about a block away. It's fine. Baron's saying, I probably won't touch Cyberpunk for like a while, and that's fair too. I mean, what I'm really hoping is for an evolution on a lot of the ideas that Deus Ex Human Revolution put forward, but never had the budget or the narrative chops to carry forward. Mankind Divided was a great game and a narrative mess. Oh god. And what was it? Invisible War, the second Deus Ex game? Ugh. 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 So yeah. We'll probably end up talking about Cyberpunk off and on for the next, few days, weeks, just because of how big a title it is and how much has been around it. But I will do my best to keep it at a minimum, both for spoilers and for everybody who's probably, not unlike myself, sick to the back nine of hearing about it. We spent the day being arty Vikings in a world full of neon-soaked, e-pipe vapors. We were a brutal ginger Viking in an unspoken word narrative game. Gotta take some pride in that, friends. Take some pride in that. Oh, caffeine, thank you kindly. As I said, I haven't decided if I'm gonna have a potter about it this evening or not. I'll see what's going on in the grand world. Yeah, Plunge, it is about as far on the other end of the spectrum as you can get. Yup. God. There's going to be a lot of takes to bring away from that game, though. The thing that I'm going to find strange is I know a lot of people who have characters of them in the game, and whether or not that's going to enhance or detract or not matter is something I'm going to be curious. Like, Feck. Alright, sorry. Let me pass you all over to Fiona, lest I become a complete bantermancer. It was a quiet day. However, I do still have thank yous to say. I mean, friends, that's long ship in a nutshell. Even a quiet day is pretty feckin'. And then I can pass you over to Fiona, and then I'm going to make a cup of tea and, I don't know, stare at the wall in the shower and contemplate my Viking failings. You know, standard Wednesday night. No, okay, sorry. Joking aside, today's game was excellent, and getting to do this is thanks to all of you continuing to yoke bits at my dumb face. So I want to say a huge thank you to Bayonort, Pun Spectre, the Bacon Avenger, or Bacon Avenger if you don't want to be a formal title, Shackle Draconis, Varbles, J-Post, Tarlicus, Rhymes and Goose, Anonymous Cheerer, Vanderbeast Big Terror, Anonymous Cheerer, Alnus, Vanderbeast, Head of House Order, and Ghost Reaper. Seriously, thank you kindly. It's paying for our food and rent, and yes, thank you. Your mods today was Caffeine, Rhymes and Moose, Tarlicus, and I know we saw Lizzie today. Why does it never list Lizzie? 2 Ton Studios, the Odar of Elfling, Jaggy Snake, and Wulsia, along with that one, the troll name, were our new followers, and I hope we get to chat with you some more. Now, Gunner, Tigril, Densin GB, Dragonator, Tomray Zuo, Mama Meat Boy, Rob Sav, Kiss Army CTS, Kiss McCats, Dad Viking, Compliment Cap, Theoretical, Michael, Pixel Druid, a crafty bastard, not a cult, Brat Samson, Get to the Boat, Plunge, WC Zenro, Jaggy Snake, and 2 Ton Studios were the individuals simultaneously celebrating surreptitious subscriptions or hunted by House Carl. God, you can tell I've been watching Letterkenny in the evenings because I always want to do like the iteration jokes. Thank you all. Alright? It still amazes me that we're celebrating people's 1 year, let alone, 26-month sprees. Anyway, I'm going to pass you over to Fiona, because Fiona's literally in the other room, and seems to be on character creation already. So I think we can have some fun with that. Oh, Plunge. No, thank you for coming, alright? I get to do this because you lot hang out here and yoke bits at my dumb face. It's the least I could do, Trill, have a wonderful evening yourself. I hope all of you will stick around to hang out with Fiona. At very least help inspire her to make some truly monstrous people. Or heck, maybe we can try and get her to make some long shippians in The Sims. Alright, friends, have a lovely day. Tomorrow, we're going to do some Rune 2. We might stream the Game Awards if we feel like it, but that's entirely up to us. So, from me, River, and all of the nuggets in this little family household here, thank you all, friends. Have a wonderful night. Wait, where are the buttons? Where are the buttons? Oh, but there's the buttons.